You indicated that you have no opinion in this case as to whether Mr. Reeves acted justifiably or not. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Even though you may have listened or seen this on Facebook, do you rely heavily on information from Facebook to determine whether it's...
No.
You're not one of those Facebook followers that
No.
whatever they say on Facebook, you're going to adapt to?
I'm on Facebook because I have several relatives out of state that are on there. That's it.
Okay. So you're not one to comment a whole lot, I'm sure.
No.
Okay.
Especially since 2020 happened. No.
I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Any motions?
Nothing to say.
All right. Number 93, I'm going to have you go back towards the jury pool room. It's going to be a little while before we get to you guys again. There's going to be a bunch more in there too. But we got to get through a few more individuals like this, and then we'll call everybody back as a bunch. Just kind of mill about and hang out and don't do any independent. Okay, good deal. I know. I'm glad to hear that. Just, don't do any independent research. Read a book or something. All right. Thank you.
Very much.
We'll see you after a while.
Yes, I have my card.
Juror number 95, on the form, there's a D at the end of his last name. On the juror questionnaire, there's an S.
All righty. Let's see.
On the form, the last letter for his name is D, and on the jury questionnaire, it's S.
Oh, okay. So it's either George Davis. Okay.
It's an S, yes.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Yeah, she was typing those up a little hurriedly yesterday, so.
Excuse me, so is his name George David or?
George Davis,
Thank you.
otherwise known as 95. All right, let's bring 95 in.
Sorry.
That's okay. I did it too. Good morning, 95. Glad you returned, thank you. Were you able to abide by my instructions during the recess? You didn't do any independent research or talk about this case with anyone? All right, excellent, thank you. And also, I wanted to instruct you just a little housekeeping matter. The lawyers here are all under strict rules governing the Florida bar, which means they cannot talk to jurors or prospective jurors outside of this courtroom. They're all friendly guys, but if you should happen to encounter them outside of this room, they probably won't even look at you, okay? And they, if you ask them a question, they're probably going to just walk away quickly. So don't think badly of them. They're all polite, nice fellas, but they are adhering to the rules, okay? All right, so the reason we called you in here individually is so we can find out how you found out about this case and when you learned about it and what you know and whether or not you formed an opinion about the facts of this case. So can you tell me when you first heard about this case? Okay, and do you think you first saw it back in 2014 when it happened on the news? Probably so. What about, and more recently, there's been some news articles, news coverage on the TV, probably, do you do social media? Facebook or anything? No. Okay. I know there's been some stories on the television news about this case and the trial coming up. Have you seen any of those, like in the last couple of weeks? Okay. And from that coverage, did you did you listen and learn about some of the details about what happened?
Nothing that I ain't heard before.
Okay. And can you tell me just basically what you know about the case? I know I told you some details yesterday, but,
Yeah, it was an altercation at a, movie theater. Two people.
and anything else you remember more specific?
One guy threw popcorn threw popcorn at the gentleman.
And then any other details?
The other gentleman shot him.
Okay. And so Mr. Reeves is here on trial. Do you have any opinion about whether, as you sit there right now, whether he was right or wrong in what he did?
I ain't formed an opinion yet, that's what you're asking.
Yeah. Okay, and so you know a little bit about the facts. Do you recall seeing on the TV news some coverage played a little video of the event that happened in the movie theater? Have you seen that?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Now, you don't, you indicate you don't have an opinion, but you do know a little bit about the facts. If you're chosen as a juror, and I tell you, I instruct you that the only information that you can use in coming to your verdict is what the information that you get in this courtroom. And you have to disregard anything else that you heard or thought, but you only have to listen to the information here. Would you be able to do that and follow that instruction?
Yeah,
Okay. All right. I'll turn it over to the lawyers.
No questions.
Thank you.
Morning, 95. I know this is not probably very comfortable for you or very fun, right? Being questioned by a bunch of people?
it's all right.
All right. Let me ask you this. Well, I'll tell you, it's a little uncomfortable for me because, what we're trying to do here is talk to people who have heard about this because it's been on the news.
Yeah.
So it makes it a little different than other cases that I've been in because it's been in the news. We've got to have to talk to people one by one who have heard about it just to see what they know. And we use that magic word, it sounds like lawyer talk, right? Have you formed an opinion? I mean, a lot of times people don't talk like that. So I'm going to ask you, if you have any thoughts on this. Let me tell you what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that what you said is that popcorn was thrown and then someone was shot. Do you have information as to who threw the popcorn from the stories you read?
The guy that got shot.
Okay.
Threw popcorn. They had a problem, they had a phone problem, and then the gentleman went up, I think he went up and talked to somebody, come back, and then whatever happened. I don't know. As far as that's all I know.
All right, but you know that what you heard is that popcorn was thrown and then the guy who threw the popcorn got shot.
Yeah.
And do you have a strong opinion that the guy who got shot because he threw popcorn?
No, there's more to it.
All right.
We both know that.
Pardon me?
We both know that. It wasn't just because of popcorn.
So, you know that, I guess it's been going on for 8 years. Did you follow it? I mean, it comes on the news all the time if you watch the news.
Yeah, I didn't follow it. I watch a lot of news anyway, and when time to time when they had a story or they, whenever, time to time you hear something about it.
Right. That's what tends to happen, the press, the news seems to put the same thing on over and over again. They space it out, I guess, a few months or a few years at a time.
Yeah, it's, 6 months of the year, something, or something.
Is there any particular channel you watch the news on?
Yeah, 13, that's what I usually watch. Every now and then I watch the world news on, I think 28. I watch that.
Is that BBC World News?
I watch a little bit of that also.
Any other non-network cable news you watch?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see any kind of interviews or anything in the case we're here for today? Interviews, when the reporters go and talk to a lawyer, talk to.
Yeah.
Do you know the names of anybody? Well, you know Mr. Reeves now because you're here.
Okay, yeah.
Did you know Mr. Reeves before this? That name?
No,
Okay. And you don't know the names of any of the other people involved?
no.
I think I know the answer, but it's it's on my list all the time. Did you do any kind of research to find out more about this case?
Yeah.
Right. And so it sounds to me like when it came up on TV, you were watching. That's how you saw it, right? All right. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Any motions?
Judge, may I just have a quick follow-up?
Go ahead.
Good morning, 95. When you were speaking with Mr. Michaels and he asked you about the popcorn being tossed and you made the statement, well, we both know it was more to it than just the popcorn. Tell me about your thoughts. What more were you thinking about when you made that statement?
You don't just shoot somebody because they're popcorn. That ain't normal.
Okay.
That's just, there had to be more to me, there had to be more to it than that.
Are there any facts that you've become aware of that lead you to believe that there's more to it than that, other than just your gut reaction?
That's gut reaction.
You haven't had any discussions with anybody about anything else that would plant that thought into your head, there has to be more to it than that?
No, I just, somebody throw popcorn at you, you ain't gonna shoot them. I wouldn't think.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any motions? All right. Number 95, I'm going to let you go head towards the jury pool room. We're going to call everybody back from the jury. There's going to be more people in there, but it's probably going to be a little while, so just hang tight. We got to get through a few more of these. But remember my instructions during the recess, too. Thank you, sir. Yeah, whatever those, yeah. Okay, thanks. Yeah. Good morning. How you doing, 97? Good. Got a couple of things to go over with you today. First off, were you able to abide by my instructions during the recess? You didn't do any independent research or anything? All right, and thank you. And secondly, I neglected to remind folks yesterday that the lawyers here, and all lawyers, are under strict rules governing the Florida Bar, and one of those strict rules is that lawyers will not talk to jurors or prospective jurors anywhere outside the courtroom. So should you encounter any of them outside, they're going to act like they don't even see you pretty much. They're all friendly fellas, nice, polite guys, but they have to strictly follow those rules, and they do. So, if you were to ask them where the bathroom was or elevator, they're going to not respond and probably walk the other way quickly. Under normal circumstances, you might think that was rather odd behavior, but they're just following the rules. They're all very good about that, so don't give it any thought. All right, so what we've brought you here in to do this morning is we need to find out what you know about the case, when you learned about it, if you've got any opinions about the case, and the like. So, when did you first hear about this case?
I think it was the day that it happened. I heard on the news.
Okay, back in 2014. So you saw it on the TV news?
Correct.
Okay. And at that time, was it a topic of discussion amongst your family or coworkers or anything that you remember?
I can't really remember too much. I think, it was a bit of a shock.
Mm-hmm.
We're like, oh, this is pretty close to home.
Mhm.
Kind of the feeling. I don't think it was anything that was like we dragged out talking about it for any length of time. Like I said, I think it was just a bit of a shock, maybe a little sadness that it happened.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I think that was it.
Okay. And had you been to this movie theater before?
Yes.
And-
My husband and I have gone there several times.
Okay. And have you been there since?
It's been a long time since we've been, but we have been, yes.
Okay. And do you do social media at all?
I do Facebook and Instagram. I don't watch the news.
Okay.
So I'm kind of out of the loop on a lot of things, but just for family and friends.
Okay. So you haven't, if you don't watch the news, you probably haven't seen any recent news coverage? Okay. And on the social media, have you seen recent coverage about that, or
Yeah.
people talking about it, or? Okay. So tell me what you know about the events of that day, what your personal knowledge is.
From what I've gathered from the news, that there was a verbal altercation between the parties. Someone was using a cell phone in the movie theater. Words were being said, arguing. I just remember, I don't know, popcorn was being thrown, and then someone got shot and unfortunately died.
Okay. And when you saw the news coverage back then, do you remember if you saw some of the coverage showed a little video of the events from inside the movie theater? You didn't see that? Okay. And if you are chosen as a juror, well, have you come to any opinion about, the facts of the case that it's Mr. Reeves here on trial today? Do you have any opinion about whether or not what Mr. Reeves did was right or wrong?
I'm a teacher. I've been a teacher for 24 years, and I come across daily situations with students. I teach middle school, and I pride myself on being fair and listening to both sides of the story, sometimes bring in other students before I decide on whatever the consequence will be. I wasn't always like that, but as I've gotten older, I know that there are two sides to every story, and because I teach, I feel like I'm more tolerant of that instead of just jumping and saying, oh, this person's guilty, or no, you did this, I know you did because of past behaviors. So, to be honest with you, I don't know all the facts, and because I don't know what really happened, I can't in my brain just say, oh, he's guilty, or yes, he's innocent, because I don't know.
Okay, thank you. In the event, you know, just a few details, and I told you some yesterday. In the event that you are chosen as a juror, would you be able to follow my instruction when I tell you, in coming to your verdict, the only information that you can rely on is that which you heard here in the courtroom. Would you be able to follow that instruction? You'd have to set aside anything that you heard previously. I know you can't unremember that stuff, but you wouldn't use that in coming to your verdict. Would you be able to follow that direction? All right. All right. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to the lawyers.
So we approach
Yes? No S, Madam Court Reporter. Okay.
Good morning, Juror 97.
Good morning.
How are you doing today?
Great, thank you.
So, it's not easy for yourself, even for the lawyers, to start asking you questions about something that happened 8 years ago in your life. And believe it or not, sometimes something that you hear from 8 years ago, you recollect, you go back into your thought process, and you find these little bits and pieces that may be important for us to know before you're selected. So I'm going to ask you to help me with that, okay? In that process. Our goal here, obviously, is to find out as much as you know about this case, discuss it with you, and then hopefully be assured that if you're selected as a juror in this case, that you're not going to take that information that you've heard from outside of this courtroom and bring it into that jury. Okay? And sometimes it's easy for people to say, well, I'm not going to do that. But it's there. And if it's strong enough, if it's powerful enough, and may influence you, then we need to talk about that. So you indicated that you first heard about it in the news. Are you that type of person that at 6 o'clock you're going to turn on the TV to watch the news, or at 10 o'clock or at 11 o'clock? Is that your normal routine?
I don't watch the news.
I know you don't watch the news now, but you said that at some point in time, I guess you did.
At some point in the morning, yes, you're right, when I go to work, I would watch local news for weather, whatever's happening in local news in the morning. I
Okay.
would watch that.
And obviously, this didn't happen in the morning. You believe that you watched this when it happened that day.
Yeah, I want to say, so it was probably, maybe it was the next morning or that evening.
So you think maybe even the next morning?
Yes, it probably could have been the next morning then.
Your household at that time consisted of whom?
My husband and myself.
Okay. And so when you heard about that on the news, did you immediately talk to your husband about it?
Oh, yes, we talked about it.
Okay, so tell me about that conversation as you can remember. I want you to just take your time. And by the way, there's no right and wrong answer. Sometimes people are asked questions and they're thinking to themselves, I really don't want to say that, but how are people going to react to it?
Right.
This is a different scenario. We need to know.
Okay.
Okay?
I think that we were shocked. We're like, oh my gosh, we go to that movie theater. We could have been there at that movie theater at the time that it happened. And I think that's what we talked about. We're like, I think it was more of obviously the sadness that it happened.
Yes, ma'am.
And we were shocked about it. But we were like, we could have at any, because we went frequently, not as much anymore, but we went frequently. And that was, at the Cobb, we went there. And so we were thinking in our brain that we could have actually been sitting there in that movie theater.
Okay, and so did your husband or even you discuss the fact that we're not gonna go back to that theater? Was that a topic of discussion between you and him?
We probably said, you know what, we probably should wait a little bit before we go back. I think my husband said, you know, I'm sure they're gonna really be vigilant now, and be more aware if, you know, somebody is coming in with a weapon or whatever. I think we had kind of that discussion. I mean, and we did go back, but I don't think it was for a while.
When you went back, was there any sort of hesitation or conversation with your husband then? You know, we're going back to the theater, hey, remember what we heard back then? Do you remember that?
No, I don't think so, to be honest with you. I don't remember, I'll be honest, I don't remember there being a discussion about us going back and there being a problem with the theater.
Now, you were getting this information from the media. What were your thoughts as far as the reliability of what you were getting?
Well, in my opinion, I feel like the media sensationalizes events. And I just remember my husband and I talking, I said, we don't know the whole story, just what they're showing us. And so that's kind of always been, when we have watched the news in the past even, that we're not getting the whole story, so we don't know.
You applied those teacher principles that you
I did.
that you told us about.
I did. I think I did.
Okay. Any national news that you watch?
Currently or back then?
Yeah, back then, and then we'll talk about current.
Yeah, we were basically, I just basically would watch local.
Now, throughout this period of time, obviously it's come up on the media a number of times. Do you ever remember any news broadcast that had the lawyers being interviewed about the case? Either myself, Mr. Michaels, Mr. Funderburg, or the prosecution?
I don't remember that.
Okay, and what about Mr. Oulson's wife? Do you ever remember Mr. Oulson's wife being interviewed, or her attorney, her civil attorney?
No, I don't, I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Okay, no, that's good. We're just trying to pick your brain here and see if we can find something. Now, you indicated that you do some social media?
Facebook, family and friends type thing.
Okay, and you said Facebook and Instagram.
Correct.
I'm much more familiar with Facebook than I am with Instagram, but you know, in Facebook, you have people talking. Everybody wants to give their opinion, right? When something comes up on Facebook. Do you remember this particular incident coming up on Facebook and seeing it on that meeting?
Well, I'll be honest with you, I don't even think I was on Facebook or Instagram during that time.
Okay,
I'm a relatively newbie when it comes to that.
I understand. And so, since the media, even on Facebook, has been posting things, even as late as probably yesterday,
Right.
have you seen anything on Facebook throughout those 8 years where people were commenting about what had allegedly happened?
No, I don't remember that. In fact, I didn't even, when I got picked for jury duty, I didn't know until a coworker said, hey, you know this case is coming up, and I thought, really? I didn't know. I didn't know that this trial was coming up.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm pretty sad that way.
No, that's probably a very healthy way of living. Tell me about Instagram, same thing, nothing on
Yeah,
Instagram?
no, yeah, and Instagram too, relatively newbie. My husband and I do a lot of hiking, so really the things that we look at are all nature related. And Instagram very similar to Facebook, so those are the type of posts that I see.
Now, you're a teacher,
Correct.
right? And so I know that teachers at a school talk a lot about current events, things that are happening. Do you remember anything, any conversation you may have had with another teacher, even another student, because
Right.
part of your process is to talk to these students, get to know them.
Right.
Any recollection whatsoever that may have happened?
Well, I was teaching in elementary school during that time, and I just remember, obviously, in the lunchroom, we're all talking, and you know, saying, oh my gosh, this is what happened, oh, can you believe that this happened, this is terrible. And I just remember that type of, nothing, no blaming. There was not any blaming, but it was just kind of like, oh my gosh, it's like so close, it's like our backyard practically. It was that type
There's
of,
certainly nobody pointing the finger at either side.
no,
Okay.
I don't recall any of that happening.
Okay. Same thing with conversation with the children?
Yeah, I think at the time I was in it was elementary, so it's not something we discussed with the children. And even if they brought it up, which I don't remember any, because I was teaching younger children, so they didn't even bring it up at the time.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Any motions? Okay. All right, 97, I'm going to have you head back to the jury pool room for a while. We got a few more of these individual questions to go through, and then we're going to bring the whole bunch back as soon as we can. But you'll have some time to mill about. Just remember my instructions, don't do any independent research or talk about the case, and we'll see you pretty soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
I just want to make sure in the group that we're bringing, we didn't bring 106 because he said he didn't know
Right,
anything. and
no,
that
right.
Is everybody
So,
that's left?
Yeah, there
Got
should be
106.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them back there from,
Yep, that's who's back there.
excellent. Okay, good deal, thanks. Yeah, we're good. All right, let's be in recess for 10 minutes.
All right.
Test, 1, 2, 3. Sure.
we ready to get started? All right, let me see, what number are we on? I think 101, yep, 101. Okay, yeah. Good morning, 101.
Good morning.
Thank you for coming back. Were you able to abide by my instructions during the recess? You didn't do any independent research or look up anything or watch news?
Okay, I have to confess, I
Okay.
fell asleep on the couch, and when I woke up, the news was on.
Okay,
But I didn't learn anything new.
okay. Did you see
They had a little blurb,
okay,
but that's-
but you turned it off pretty quick?
yeah.
Okay, okay. Fell asleep on the couch, huh? None of
I
us
was
can
trying
relate
to
to
catch
that.
Shaun White, but he didn't meddle anyway, so.
It was a long day yesterday and another long day today, and I get it. Okay, well, thank you for telling me that, and, but other than that, you didn't, nothing else. Let's see. Oh, yeah, and I do need to tell everyone that I forgot to tell you guys this yesterday about the lawyers. They're all under strict rules governing the Florida bar that they cannot have any interaction with any prospective jurors or jurors outside the courtroom. So should you encounter them anywhere in the hallways or anything, they're not going to talk to you. They probably won't even look at you. And if you ask them something like, where's the elevator, you know, they're going to probably briskly walk the other way. So they're definitely not unfriendly fellas. They're all nice guys, but they do follow the rules. So don't take any offense to that. Also, the reason we have you here today is I want to find out what you know about the case, when you learned about it, and if you have any opinions about it, if you formed an opinion. So first of all, do you remember when you first learned about this case?
When it happened, it was a long time ago.
Yeah, back in 2014, that was 8 years ago. Is that when you first remember hearing about it?
Yeah.
And did you hear about it, to your recollection, on the TV news or friends and family, or how'd you hear about it?
Probably the TV.
Okay. And were you employed at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you typically have news on at work, or would you have seen it when you got home?
At home.
Okay. And was this a topic of discussion in your family or coworkers or anything at any point that you remember?
Not a lot, not that I remember.
Okay, maybe a little bit, you all, discussing, wow, it was right here in our hometown.
Yes.
And a little surprise about that. Anything about the details of the facts of the case that might have been a topic of discussion? Some folks were, like on the social media, a lot of people were back and forth. Did you engage in any of that?
Nope.
Okay.
Don't care for that stuff.
Okay, and as far as any discussions with family members or coworkers, do you remember talking about the case with anyone?
A little bit, but just you get inundated with that stuff, and I tend to take everything I see on the news with a grain of salt,
Okay.
because I don't feel like the media upholds their, I don't know what you call it, oath to be truthful, like they used to, like when I was a little kid, so.
Yeah, it is a different
unfortunate.
world. Okay, so can you tell me, more recently, okay, you saw a blurb on TV last night. Have you seen any more of that recently? It has been on the news a bit, just,
I quit watching the news with the COVID thing, I just,
okay. Yeah, that's a pretty common theme. Okay, then when you saw it early on, back when it happened, do you remember if you saw in the news coverage, some coverage was showing a little video of the events that happened inside the movie theater? Do you remember seeing that video?
I remember seeing a very unclear video that didn't really show much of anything.
Okay. Now, I know you don't have much independent recollection of all the details and facts, and I gave you a few details yesterday, but if you were chosen as a juror in this cause, would you, and I'll instruct you that you would have to base your verdict on only the information that you hear in this courtroom, on only the information that's given to you through the evidence and argument and law. Would you be able to set aside anything that you knew previously? I mean, I know you can't unremember it, but at least set it aside and not consider that in reaching your verdict.
I believe so.
You'd be able to do that? Pretty sure, or?
Yeah, I think so, because like I said, I take what I see on the news with a grain of salt. It's just,
Okay. All right. So I think the lawyers will probably have a few more questions for you. I'll turn it over to them. Thank you.
No question.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I noticed from your questionnaire that you've been a juror before,
Yes.
in a criminal case.
I served on the grand jury in Hillsborough County.
All right, so then, because you looked very at ease at having the judge and everybody asking you questions in kind of an isolated situation.
I'm also a teacher, so.
Okay, well, you're usually the one asking questions. And so, we're asking questions, the reason I'm asking questions is, of course, I have an obligation to defend the accused. In this case, it's Mr. Curtis Reeves. And part of my obligation entails, in this particular case, because there has been pre-trial publicity, as we call it, stories on the news for 8 years. And so you're here to individually, so that we can talk about what it is you know, whether you formed any opinions, all that sort of thing. And one of the ways to do that is, because it's been so long, is to ask you details to see if maybe we can draw some other things out. One of the things you told the judge was that you did hear talk about it. You're a teacher in Hillsborough County?
Yes.
All right. And were you working in Hillsborough County back then when this all happened?
Yes.
And so you said you may have heard something from coworkers, and do you remember what it was? Can you think?
I don't remember any real specific things. I think people just pretty much repeat what they see on the news, and then I tend to just shut it out because there's no credibility there to me.
Okay. And I know what you're saying. We both went to school about the same time, me a little before you, but and we learned that journalism was what, when, and where, not what might happen, what should happen. Right. Okay, I understand that. But nonetheless, this was kind of a very kind of a unique event. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay. And so that's why I'm asking if maybe somebody said something to you that made you at least have thoughts about what may have happened and whether it was right or wrong or any of that sort of stuff.
Again, it's really hard to pinpoint those details from so long ago, because I don't know. I just can't think of anything that would make me sway one way or the other.
Okay. And when you obviously yesterday you knew that you were on that case that you heard about 8 years ago, right?
Well, I knew when she said so.
Right.
And she gave me more details than I knew previously, so.
And so when you went back home last night before you fell asleep on the couch, or maybe during your sleep, did you think of anything regarding this case or the surroundings or any of that sort of thing?
Not too much. My brother stays with me, and I told him I can't talk about it, and he was trying to get me to tell him, and I was like, sorry, not gonna happen.
Now, I know what you told the judge is that you think you can separate what you heard on the news and from the evidence you see in court. Does that mean you can't do it, or you won't do it, or you're not sure if you can do it or not?
I'm sorry, can you
It's all
restate the
right.
question?
I know, that was a crazy question. All right. I think what you told the judge is when she asked you, can you separate what you learned from the news, separate that from what you hear or learn in court?
I think so.
Okay, and that's the answer you gave. And so my question is, in the criminal realm, criminal law, one of the things with jurors, we have to know if they can do it or not. Think so is kind of one of those in-between
So you want a
dangerous
definite,
areas.
you want a definitive answer?
Well, it's, lawyers like to say, well, if you get on a plane and the pilot's there, and you say, hey, this is a big one, you think you can land this thing? He goes, yeah, I think so. You know what I mean? So it's not, and because somebody's life's on the line, essentially, that's why I'm kind of pressing you for a yes or no answer. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay, because it sounds to me, agree or disagree with me, that you don't really know a whole lot of details about this.
Not too much.
Is it fair to say that let me ask you, have you formed an opinion at all as to what happened in that place?
I've thought about it a little bit, but it's, as far as whether there's guilt on the part of the accused or if the other party was guilty, I'd have to hear it. I'd have to hear all the details before I form an opinion.
Okay. Thank you.
Any motions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Number 101, I'm going to let you go back towards the jury pool room. I'd hoped we'd be done with this part by now, but it's going to be a little while. I called a bunch more in at 9. Haven't seen them yet either. We're going to bring everybody back in when we get done with this. We got a few more to go, as you probably saw when you were back there, and once I finish with those, everybody's going to come back in. So, mill about. You could probably run an errand real quick, but just, be in the general vicinity for a while until we call you back, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Uh, 102. Good morning, 102.
Good morning.
Thanks for coming back. Were you able to abide by my instructions during the recess? You didn't do any independent research or watch the news or anything?
Right. I did
Okay,
not.
good, thanks. The other thing I wanted to mention is that you're liable to encounter the lawyers outside the courtroom at some point, and I failed to mention yesterday that they are under strict rules governing the Florida bar to not have any communication or interaction with a prospective juror or a juror outside the courtroom. So if you encounter them and, they don't even look at you or acknowledge you or walk the other way, they are simply following the rules. They're not unfriendly. They're all a friendly bunch, but the rules are very, very strict about that. And, there's lawyers everywhere around the courthouse, and we, if I were to see one of the lawyers talking to you, say you asked him, where's the elevator, I wouldn't know what you were talking about, but I'd see, this and that's bad. So they're not even gonna let that appearance happen. So don't take any offense. They're nice guys. All right, the reason I'm calling you in here again is individually, we need to know a little bit about what you know about the case, how you heard about it, when you heard about it, and whether or not you formed an opinion about what happened here. So first of all, when did you become aware of this case?
When it happened.
Okay, back in 2014?
Yes.
Did you see it on the TV news or social media, or how'd you hear about it?
TV news.
Okay. And were you at work when you saw the TV news, or home, or do you remember?
I was at home.
Okay. And after you saw it on the TV news, did this become a topic of discussion in your family or coworkers at all?
Yes, I talked about it with my brother.
Okay. And was that primarily back then when it first happened, or?
Yes.
Have you followed the case throughout the years at all?
No.
And have you seen anything in the media, any media, recently in the last few weeks?
Yes, it was Monday. I had the news on and they had mentioned that it was getting ready to start trial or whatever,
Okay.
so that's it.
Okay, and so have you, tell me a little bit, I know I told you some about, little details about the case yesterday to refresh everybody's memory. Tell me what you know about the case.
I just know that there was an altercation in the movie theater. Popcorn was thrown and then shots rang out. That's pretty much all I know.
Okay, and you said you talked to your brother about it back then. Do you have an opinion about the events in this case? Mr. Reeves is here on trial. Did you form an opinion at any point about whether what he did was right or wrong?
Yes, I did.
And what is that opinion?
That Mr. Reeves was guilty.
Okay, and that is that something that you've discussed some amongst, like, with your brother, or have you gone on social media at all, discussing that? Like, a lot of times there's, the comments and everybody saying their feelings. Have you done any of that?
No.
So this, do you have a pretty strong opinion on this?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and in the event that you were chosen for as a juror in this case, and I would instruct you that the only thing that you can use to consider your verdict is what you hear here in the courtroom, only the information here, and you'd have to set aside any thoughts or feelings or anything that you thought you knew about the case. Do you think you'd be able to do that?
It would be hard.
Okay, all right, and I appreciate that. That's the exact sort of thing that we need to know. Any motions?
I will make the motion.
All right, anybody want to inquire?
No.
Okay. Because of, your exposure to the media and whatnot, I think this case probably isn't the right match for you. But you've done your jury duty for a year now, so maybe in a year, we'll get you back and have a case that you can sit on. But we're going to go ahead and let you go for today, and you're excused, so you can do any research or do anything you want at this point. But I want to thank you sincerely from all of us for enduring all day yesterday and then again this morning. I really appreciate that, like you don't even know. So
No, absolutely. It was my honor.
Okay, well, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
You're free to go, and you can do whatever you want.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Sure. Good morning again, 103. Thanks for coming back.
You're welcome.
Were you able to abide by my instructions during the recess? You didn't do any independent research or anything like that?
No, ma'am, I did not. However,
Uh-huh,
I did hear from my manager Denise,
yeah.
and she told me that she cannot afford to lose me for 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay, so it's going to be a significant hardship on you?
Not on me, on her.
Well,
Short-staffed.
okay, well, if you were, if you had to be here, do you think you'd be able to give the trial your undivided attention, or would you be worried about, how you're going to leave your coworkers?
Oh, boy, that's a tough one. Yeah, I could give my undivided attention here, but I'm also concerned because they're running shorthanded as it is because of COVID.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, well, I guess maybe the lawyers will follow up a little bit on that, and we'll see how it works out, okay?
Okay.
Now, another thing about the lawyers, housekeeping matter real quick, they are under strict rules that govern the Florida bar not to have any interaction with any prospective juror or juror outside the courtroom. So, if they encounter you outside, they're gonna not even look at you pretty much. And should you ask them a question like, where's the elevator? They'll probably turn and walk the other way quickly without speaking. So don't think badly of them. They're all nice fellas, but they do strictly follow the rules. So don't give that any thought. Now, what we brought you back here today was to see what you know about this case and find out when you found out about it and if you have a strong opinion about it, and maybe a couple other things that the lawyers are going to get into. So when did you find out about this case?
I remember when it happened,
When it happened? Okay, back in 2014.
but then honestly, I'd kind of forgotten about it until I heard on the news last week that this trial was coming up.
Okay, and so when you heard it let's go back to when you first heard about it. How did you hear about it first when it happened? Did you see it on the TV news?
Yes.
Okay, and were you at home when you watched the TV news and
Yes,
saw it? And at that time, after hearing about it on the news, did it become a topic of discussion amongst your family members or co-workers or anything?
No, not really.
And a lot of people say not really. Did you, maybe a little bit at the time about, wow, this happened? And
I was living with my sister at the time, and we talked about it because she's been to that theater. I never have myself.
Okay,
So-
so that's kind of hit close to home for her.
But coworkers, no, we never discussed it.
Okay, and so how much of the case do you know? Do you think you know? What kind of details do you know?
Just what I heard on TV. There was an argument about the gentleman in front of him, texting messages or something or other, and he asked him to stop, so he could watch the previews, I guess it was, and he wouldn't. And then he got up and left, and then came back in. Then that's when things escalated.
Okay, and escalated how?
I think there was some words, and then like something thrown, like popcorn perhaps, and then that's when the shooting took place.
Okay, and knowing that little bit of background, have you formed an opinion about that, about how the events happened? Like Mr. Reeves is here on trial. Did you form an opinion about whether he was right or wrong?
No, I haven't.
Okay, and when you saw the TV news way back when, or even earlier this week, or more recently, did you see in any of the coverage showing of a little video clip of the events inside the movie theater?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you did see that. And having seen that, does that make you, do you have an opinion? Did you form an opinion at all about
No,
that?
not yet.
Okay. And if I were to tell you, if you were chosen as a juror and I instructed you that the only things that you can consider in coming to your verdict would be information that you got here in this courtroom, and you had to disregard anything else that you had heard or seen, would you be able to follow that instruction?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Then I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the lawyers, and we'll go from there. Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, Juror 103.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about a few things that I think are important. And I want you to understand that what we're trying to do, I know that it's difficult 8 years ago, right? For me to start asking you questions about what you remember in particular. But I want you to help me out here.
Sure.
And try to think back as critically as you can for all those little tiny bits and pieces. Even if you think that those bits and pieces may not be important, I want to know what they are.
Okay.
And the reason being is that, as the court has instructed you, it's very important for me, representing Mr. Reeves, that I know all of the details that you know, and that we're able to discuss here, so that we can determine whether those details in any way could affect you, one way or the other. We're human beings, right?
Yes, sir.
And sometimes things that we hear and see and experience, they affect us. And sometimes we don't have total control over that, right?
Yes, sir.
We would like as human beings to say, well, we have control over everything, but that's just not reality, right?
No, it's not.
Okay. And so you heard about this, you think, the first time or saw it on TV.
Yes, sir.
So let's talk about news stations first. Are you that kind of person that you are watching the news on a routine basis at a certain time?
When I get up for work, I turn on Channel 13 News and watch that while I'm getting ready for work, have my breakfast, and getting dressed.
Okay.
And that's
Very
it.
similar to me. So you're watching news in the morning to see what's happening in that day, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also come back in the afternoon, 6 o'clock, and say, well, if you get home at 6, and say, I'm going to watch the news and see what's happened, since this morning, since I had my breakfast?
No, not unless there's a hurricane headed our way. Then I'll watch the news.
We all have to watch it all the time.
But
right?
other than that, no. The only time I watch the news is in the mornings.
So not even at night?
No, sir.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
At the moment, I'm the dispatcher, PBX operator at Advent Health Dade City.
Tell me what that means.
That means I sit in an office and I answer all the phone calls that come into the Dade City and the Zephyr Hills Hospital and try and decipher where they want to get their calls transferred to or answer questions.
Okay. Let me ask you, have you ever used the word skycop before?
Yes, that's actually my email, skycop95.
And can you tell me why the term skycop?
When I was in the Air Force, I was a security policeman. And one time when I was out living in Germany, stationed in Germany, I went to Munich, and at the same time I ran into a couple of maintenance guys there. And he looked over at us, there was a bunch of us there, and he said, hey, look, there's the Sky Cops.
And so you've kind of embraced that name?
That was back in 1979. And then long before email became popular, but then when it did become available, I said, hey, that was called Sky Cop one time. I got out of service in 95, so Sky Cop 95.
And so throughout your career, have you had somewhat of a desire to be a police officer?
I did when I was in the Air Force, but then when I retired, I was 37 years old. so that was a little too late to become an officer. So and after I got out, I went to Bloomington, Illinois, and I worked at State Farm's corporate headquarters. Did some security there and a little bit of transportation. Then things took a bad turn down here with my mom and dad, so I moved down here to take care of them. And I've been here since 2001, coming up on 21 years.
So even though you were not able to, because of your age at that time, to sign up to be a police officer, to at least apply, right?
Yes.
You still gravitated to that field of security,
Yes.
is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And would you say that coincided with the fact that you were going to use as part of your email the term Sky Cop?
No, I mean, because security was something that I knew from the Air Force. So my first job was here in Florida was in the security department at Zephyr Hills Hospital.
So, do you know, how did you first meet Denise Reeves?
It's been a little over a year probably when she became our manager.
And did you know her background?
I just heard a little bit, but we've never really sat down and talked about her background.
What did you hear about her background?
That she has extensive knowledge in law enforcement, sheriff's department, concealed carry. I think she was a trainer at one time even.
Who told you that she had that extensive knowledge?
Probably one of the guys that I work with.
Who was that?
I think his name was Paul.
Is he also in that line of work, the security,
Yes.
former law enforcement?
Yes, he's been law enforcement.
How many individuals there within your department would you say are either prior law enforcement or security of some sort?
I think Paul is probably the only one with law enforcement. There's several of them who have security experience at different places.
Okay. And so, you viewed, at least you're telling us that you've been told that Denise Wiegand had this experience in law enforcement. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she's your boss?
Yes, she's our manager now.
And she can hire and fire you?
Yes, she can.
Okay. And I would imagine that if you were to have her come over here and sit in this seat here and testify, and me as a defense attorney would be pretty hard on her and grill her on her work, not only of her, but her unit. You know, she worked for the Pasco Sheriff's Department, right?
Yes, sir.
And so if I was to grill her, would you feel a little bit uncomfortable?
I don't think I would. I know she's a tough lady. She can handle it.
Well, but my question is not whether she can handle it.
If I can
whether
handle it.
you would feel somewhat uncomfortable, you believing that somehow she's got all this experience, and now you're gonna have to judge her, your boss, when me, defense attorney, is grilling her concerning her investigation, her unit's investigation, it was flawed. How would you feel at that moment? Do you think that the fact that you had this relationship with her, the fact that you've had these conversations with others about her, that it was somehow, again, we're human, somehow cause you to have some hesitation?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so? What does that mean? When you don't think so means that, to me, that you are not sure.
I would like to I would be very interested in what she had to say, but I would take it.
Why would you be interested in what she had to say?
Well,
In particular?
apparently she was there, or investigated somehow, some way, investigated the incident.
Has she ever spoken to you about this case at all?
No, sir, not at all.
Okay. You had,
Until I heard her name mentioned yesterday. I
Okay.
had no idea she was involved in any way, shape, or form.
okay. Let's talk a little bit about what you heard, okay?
Sure.
So, you hear it on the news. You think it was in the morning when you normally see the news?
Yes, probably the day after the incident.
Okay, and at the time, who were you living with?
My sister.
Your sister, okay. And so when you heard it on the news, did you have a conversation with your sister?
Just the fact that we like to shop at the Groove. She's no longer with us. But we shopped over at the Groove, but I mean, she's been to that theater. She had been to that theater a few times, and I never have. So that's all we talked about.
Well, did you talk to her about what your feelings were at that point in time? Because you certainly had some facts. I jotted these facts down as you were saying them, that you knew that there was a argument, correct?
Yes, sir.
That there was some disagreement over texting,
Yes, sir.
that someone asked that person to stop texting,
Mm-hmm.
that person left and came back, meaning the individual that had asked to have the gentleman stop texting left and came back,
Yes.
and that the argument escalated. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that something was thrown, and you believe that it was popcorn.
I believe so.
And why do you believe it was popcorn?
Well, just the little clip that I saw, I thought I saw little pieces of popcorn go flying around.
That's why I wanted to make sure that I asked that question, is because of the video clip. So when you were looking at the video clip, tell me what it is that you were able to see within that video clip. You say you saw popcorn.
Yes, it was very dark. I could see Mr. Reeves in the back on the left-hand side.
So you could recognize Mr. Reeves from the video clip.
I couldn't really tell it was him. I couldn't see any face or anything like that.
You just saw a gentleman.
I just saw a gentleman stand up and two people in front of him, a male and a female.
So you saw Mr. Reeves stand up?
Yes.
And what did Mr. Reeves allegedly do when he stood up?
I think it looked like they had some words. Then the popcorn got thrown at them, and then pulled out a weapon, and you could see a couple of shots get fired.
Okay, so this is where we go back to the human element of this whole thing. Not only are you hearing reports from the news concerning this incident, but now you're actually seeing what is purported to be the incident itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's a bit more impactful, I would say, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so there's no right or wrong answer here. What we want is just the cold truth, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the fact that not only have you heard it on the news, but now you're also seeing a video that you're trying to interpret there at your home, do you think that fact would play some role in your thought process as to what happened?
I would hope not, but like you said, we're all human, and it probably would.
And I appreciate your honesty. It's not easy for
No.
people to come in here and, you know, from their heart, you know, tell us, you know, how they feel. And so I appreciate that you're honest.
Thank you.
No further questions. We would move.
You want to approach? You want to talk about it, or? Okay. Mr. Klein, all things being equal, 97, 103. Sorry.
103.
Thank you. We're gonna go ahead, sounds like you're needed at work, and I do appreciate you coming and being here and enduring the yesterday and today. We're gonna go ahead and excuse you and let you get back to work.
Okay, I'm
Maybe-
sorry it ended up this way, I really am.
Yeah, that's okay. It happens, and your jury service is satisfied for at least a year, but maybe next year, when you get your summons, you'll show up and we'll put you to work, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, 103. Take
You're very
care. You're
welcome.
free to go.
Take these, and you don't have to keep up with them anymore.
Now you can do any research you want or not, so. Thanks.
I will definitely pay attention.
Indeed, I bet. All right, take care. Thanks. I'm going to put the seating chart away. That's where the names are. I've got my numbers here. All right. I know, isn't that the truth? Who's next? 105, all right.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, 105. Thanks for coming back today. Were you able to abide by my instructions during the recess? You didn't do any independent research or watch the news or anything?
Nope.
All right, thank you. The reason, oh yeah, and I got to remind you about the lawyers. If you encounter the lawyers outside of the courtroom, they're not allowed to talk to you. They're under strict rules governing the Florida bar that they can't interact with you or any prospective juror or juror outside this courtroom. So if they avoid you or don't look at you, they're not being unfriendly. They're all nice guys. You know, they're following the rules. So don't think anything of it. Okay. Also, the reason I brought you in here is we want to talk a little bit about what you know about the case, you know, what you've heard, when you heard it, and whether or not you've formed an opinion about the case. So when did you first hear about this case?
Well, I moved to Florida in September of 2014, so it was around that time I was trying to get acclimated and watch the news shows, and that was one of the news clips that I saw was about this case. Yes.
Okay. So did that have an impact on you? Did was it a topic of discussion in your family or coworkers at that time?
No. The only opinion I was thinking at the time was in New Jersey, some of the laws are more strict than they are down here. So that was the only opinion I had was, of course, of the laws with, firearms and all.
Okay, meaning having a firearm in the theater?
Yeah, exactly. That's unheard of in New Jersey. So
Okay.
that was something different that, occurred.
Mm-hmm. Surprised you a bit?
Surprised me, yes.
What exactly, okay, so since then, have you seen it on the news more recently or throughout the years?
Not really, no. I haven't really seen.
And
much of
have you followed it? Did you do much research or chatting about it?
that. No.
Okay, and can you tell me a little bit about what you do know about the case, some of the details? Just tell me what you think happened.
As far as I recall, the defendant, he is a former officer, or a retired officer, I should say. And that, I think that had to do with, talking in the theater, and I think he felt, harm was coming his way, and that's why, and I believe there was an object thrown at him, and he felt fear and discharged his firearm.
Okay. Now, having that basis, have you formed an opinion about Mr. Reeves, who's on trial here, about his actions that day? Do you feel whether he's right or wrong, or?
It's very hard to say when you're in that type of position. But I do feel that if he was a former officer of the law, that he, would have a little bit more, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? Resistance to firing or discharging a weapon. That would be my opinion, would be that there would be some kind of resistance in doing such an act.
Okay. And so if you were chosen as a juror and I instruct you that in order to come to your verdict, you have to set aside any of your feelings or opinions that you previously held or currently hold, and consider only the information that you receive here in the courtroom, would you be able to follow that instruction?
Yes.
All right. Let's see. All right, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the lawyers.
No questions.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Michaels?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I will tell you, you're not being singled out, but you kind of are, right? Here you are alone in front of us. The reason we're talking to you is because you raised your hand because you heard something about the case prior to the case.
Yes.
Which is unusual, generally speaking, in trials, because, these courts are full with people every single day. Trials happen all during the week that we never heard of. Me as a defense attorney, I've never heard of them, so certainly you probably never heard of them, right? Unless it's on the news or affected somebody that you know personally. When you got down here from New Jersey, is that where you're from?
Yes.
In 2014, you said you heard it on the news?
Yes.
Do you know what channel you were?
I only listened to two, and that would be Channel 9 on Spectrum or Channel 13 Fox.
And do you watch any national news?
Sometimes, not often. I'm usually, it's usually early in the morning. I'll watch the news early in the morning, local news, and in the evening, maybe a little CNN or something, because I work in financial services, so.
Okay. And so, in this case, there was a video that was shown on the news. Do you remember that at all?
No, I do not. I do recall, it's not so much what the victim looked like or any of that. I don't recall. I do recall the defendants.
Okay. I'm asking you now because I'm trying to interrogate you, but just because by asking questions about something that happened years ago, sometimes it helps you to remember things.
Yes.
And so you said that you knew that Mr. Reeves was a retired police officer. Tell me how you knew that.
Through the news.
Did you have any details in terms of his service with the police department?
No, I just recall that in Tampa.
And what about the individual who was shot? Any details about that person?
No.
Did you ever see pictures of him or his wife or any family members?
Not on, not the shooting victim, no.
Did you ever see anything on Facebook or any kind of social media regarding this case?
No.
And so in the 8 years since this happened, you haven't run across any news stories?
I can't recall any. I don't know if there was maybe a blip or something, but not anything recent. I haven't had any recent anything recently heard about this case at all. But I do, of course, like I said, recalled it because of the year it happened and the timing and because I just moved down here.
And you said one of the impressions you had, or one of the reactions you had, is when you heard about this, is that the laws in New Jersey are stricter.
Yes.
Tell me what you mean by that.
Well, for example, my husband, he does, have a license for his firearm, and when you get it in New Jersey, you have to wait several months. You have to go through fingerprinting. You have to go through the whole ordeal of trying to obtain the license for a firearm. And so when we moved down here, it was, I don't know, a few days. And it was just that it took him, and a carry permit, for example, it's unheard of in New Jersey. There is really nobody really gets a carry permit, so to speak, in New Jersey, and nobody I've ever seen carried a weapon.
Okay. And is that concerning to you, that in Florida it's different?
A bit, because, it seems like, if you drive down the highway and you accidentally cut somebody off, or, if something should happen in a negative way, who's to say that that person doesn't have a firearm and do something, out of ordinary and harm somebody or myself.
And I'm asking these questions because I'm a criminal defense attorney. As a criminal defense attorney, not only am I defending Curtis Reeves, but essentially I'm defending our Constitution.
Oh, absolutely.
So that means I'm defending your rights.
Your Honor, I object to this formal question. It's proper.
You want to approach or move on?
I'll just move on, Judge. So the long and the short of it is, the punchline is that I'm not asking you these questions because I'm trying to get an answer out of you or I'm interrogating you. I answer these questions because, frankly, I have a duty to do that.
Absolutely.
Because I have to make sure the best I can, 'cause it's always hard to tell what's in someone's heart. And it's hard for somebody who doesn't know me and is in this situation. I mean, you're in a chair with a light and there are two people probably with firearms, or there's a judge. It's not easy. And so I try to see what's in your heart. And so in this particular case, because of that issue with the guns and, what you see as being so readily available in Florida, the potential for harm, is that going to put you in a position where you can't fairly make a decision in this case? In other words, is your mind so prejudiced that maybe you're not the right juror for a gun case because of the way this happened?
Well, let me put it to you this way. I mean, we have firearms in my household, and and I'm not against that. And I'm not against defending your property and yourself. I'm completely not against that when it comes to firearms. I'm just more against the fact of how easily, or how I guess how there's more cases I've seen down here than I have when I was in New Jersey as firearm I guess cases come up.
Okay. And I know you said something about, and I know I wasn't sure what you meant by it. You said that you talked about, you knew Mr. Reeves was a retired law enforcement officer, and something about something about restraint. Can you explain, what did you mean by that?
Well, I feel that, if you're an officer, you're taught how to, I guess, ease confrontation and without discharging your weapon. And that's something that I believe, most officers are taught how to try to, I guess, the words don't come to me right now, but, basically trying to ease a confrontation without having to pull out a weapon.
Okay. And because in this case, obviously, a firearm was used and fired, is that something going into this that you're going to be holding against Mr. Reeves?
No, because, in all beliefs, I believe he felt that he was in fear of his life at that moment. But then again, I really don't know. I really, you would have to be in his shoes or in, the people that were in that theater's shoes to know what exactly transpired and why he did what he did.
Okay. And I know you told the judge that although you have an opinion, it's not so fixed that you can't consider all the evidence in court and just consider what you hear here. Is that fair to say?
That is fair, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any motions? Thank you. Defense?
No motion.
All right. 105, if you would, just head back to the jury pool room and hang out. We're going to be a while yet, and you can actually share that information if you talk with any other jurors that it's going to be a little while. We still got probably a handful to go individually like yours, so I had hoped to get started a lot sooner with the whole bunch of you back, but it's going to take us a little while. So just hang out around the jury pool room until I call you back or have further instructions, okay?
Yes.
And remember my instructions, no
Absolutely.
research, no talking about the case and all that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. $107? Good night. Yeah. A chart? All right. Good morning, 107.
Good morning, Your Honor.
You can be seated, thank you. And thank you for returning today. I really appreciate that. Were you able to abide by my instructions during the recess? You didn't do any independent research or watch the news or anything?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And, and one other thing I wanted to discuss, I should have told you guys yesterday, but I forgot. The lawyers here are all under strict rules governing the Florida bar regarding interaction with prospective jurors or jurors, which means that they cannot have any interaction whatsoever with the juror outside of the courtroom. So should you encounter any of them, they will probably pretend like they don't even see you, and they won't talk to you. Even if you ask them, like, where's the elevator, they'll turn and walk the other way. They are not unfriendly fellows. They're all a good bunch, nice guys, but they do follow the rules, and that's one of them. So if anything like that happens, don't put any significance on that. They're not being rude. They're just following the rules.
I understand, Your Honor.
Okay, so the reason we brought you back here today is so we could find out a little bit more about what you know about the case, how you heard about it, when you heard about it, and if you formed any opinions about the case. So can you tell me how you first heard about this case?
It was on the news, watching the news on the television and also reading it on social media.
Okay, and was that back when it first happened in 2014 or periodically throughout the years?
Both, Your Honor.
Okay, and have you heard or seen it on the news or social media very recently, in the last few weeks?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and I know it's been out there because of this upcoming trial. So have you, obviously Mr. Reeves is here on trial today, have you formed any fixed opinions about what happened in the case, or do you have any strong feelings either way about the events?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and can you tell me how you feel about that?
Based on my own reading of the news articles and watching the theater video and so forth, I believe Captain Reeves was defending himself at the time.
Okay, all right. And if I told you that in coming to your verdict, if you were chosen as a juror and coming to your verdict, you had to disregard anything that you've read or heard or seen about the case and any opinions that you formed, you'd have to set those aside and use only the information that you got here in the courtroom. Do you think you'd be able to do that?
I think that would be difficult, Your Honor.
Okay, it sounds like it might, and through no fault of your own, obviously, you had no idea that you'd be here. I think I appreciate your candor. Does either side wish to have any inquiry? Okay. All things being equal, 107, you're probably not the perfect guy to have on this jury because of your knowledge of what happened, and unfortunately, that's how it works. But the good news is you had to endure all day yesterday and this morning, so you've done your jury service. You're good for at least a year, but hopefully if you get called a year from now, we'll be able to put you to work, okay? But we're going to go ahead and excuse you from today. You're excused. You can go ahead and go, and you can research, or you could even come and watch the trial if you want, but you're free to go.
Thank you, Your
Thank
Honor.
you very much. I really appreciate your time and attention.
And I understand you have to go back to the jury pool room and get some stuff, correct? Okay.
Thank you, 107.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Take care. Next. .108. Huh? Oh, good. Is that it? 3? I have 4. Did we have 1? Yes. Did we? See, good morning, 108. Thank you for returning again today. Were you able to abide by my instructions during the recess?
Yes.
You didn't do any independent research or talk about the case or watch the news?
No.
Good, thank you. I got a real quick housekeeping matter that I should have told you yesterday about the lawyers. The lawyers are under very strict rules governing the Florida bar, not to have any interaction with you or any prospective juror or a juror at any time outside the courtroom. So if you encounter any of them at any time outside the courtroom, they're going to pretend like they don't even see you. They won't talk to you. If you ask them a question like, where's the elevator, they're going to turn around and walk the other way. They're not being rude. None of them are rude guys. They're all nice fellas, but they will strictly follow the rules. So don't give it any thought if that happens. Okay, so the next thing we want to do today is we brought you in here to find out what you know about the case, how you found out about the case, and when, and whether or not you have any opinions about this case. So can you tell me when you first heard about this case?
So I don't remember for sure if this is the case that I thought that it was. But if it is, then it was back in 2014, which was quite some time ago. My memory is very fuzzy, and it was only something that I would have heard on the news or social media or something.
Okay, so back in 2014 is when it happened, January of 2014, and at that point, would you, as you said, would you have seen it on the TV news or Facebook or both?
Probably Facebook.
Okay.
Possibly both if I had looked into it more. And because of the area. From what I remember, though, so I don't know if I say anything or
It's
not.
okay.
but-
Yeah,
Okay.
you go ahead and talk. This is your time.
Okay,
So,
so I'm not sure if it is the exact case, but the one that I'm thinking of happened at a Cobb Theater, so I don't know if that's the one.
correct. That's where this happened.
Okay. I did have opinions at the time. I don't remember a lot. I mean, I believe in carrying if you have a license too, so.
Okay.
I thought self-defense made sense.
Okay,
At the
very
time.
good. Appreciate all of that. So tell me a little bit about what you, the facts about the case, as you remember.
I thought I remembered maybe an older man being involved. That's kind of it.
Okay. And you mentioned something about self-defense. Do you feel like you've got an opinion as you sit there right now? It's Mr. Reeves who's on trial here. Do you feel like you have an opinion whether what he did was right or wrong as you sit there right now?
The only thing that I have to go by is what jogged my memory yesterday, which was about the act happening over cell phone use or noise. And, based on that, of course, I think it's ridiculous to get so angry over. On the other hand, I believe in self-defense, so I'm not sure I don't remember who did what or what.
Okay. So you got a little bit of information and some feelings about some of the issues.
I haven't heard the last 5 minutes really push you.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'll have her maybe scoot up or push that microphone down a little bit.
Because you can't scoot up anymore, you'll fall off.
Okay.
Just speak
Oh.
up, that's all, okay?
I know. We're. Okay, so let me ask you again. I forget what I asked before. As you sit there right now, knowing what little bit you do about the case, do you have any opinions about whether Mr. Reeves was right or wrong in doing what he did?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
You said
Because
something about.
I'm not clear on who did what, so.
Okay, so what you said earlier, it sounded like you thought it was, and I'm paraphrasing, a little silly to get so angry over cell phone something, but you also believe in self-defense. So
Right.
you don't know who did what, and so you don't really have much of an opinion either way.
Yeah.
And so if I told you, if you were chosen as a juror, I would instruct you at some point that the only thing you could use to make a decision on your verdict would be the information that you receive here in this courtroom.
Right.
And that was it. And you had to disregard any of your feelings or thoughts about anything else. Would you be able to do that?
Yes.
Okay, you'd be able to set aside any feelings you had either way about, it doesn't sound like you really know enough to make a hard decision, but you'd be able to listen to my instructions and follow those?
Yes.
All right. Now, I don't know if I asked you, have you seen any news accounts recently?
I'm not sure. I don't remember the name that popped up on my phone yesterday, so I want to say no.
Okay.
I didn't look at it.
Okay,
Which was
good.
hard. But, so I haven't seen anything that I know of.
Okay.
And also, I didn't look at it, so I don't know really what
Okay,
it
so
said.
you're not sure. Was that some sort of a news feed that
Yes.
popped up? Okay. And so to your knowledge, you haven't seen anything recently?
Right.
Okay. And do you remember ever seeing any coverage either on social media or anywhere else? Do you remember seeing a video clip of some of the events in the movie theater?
I don't remember.
Okay. All right, I'm going to let the lawyers inquire.
Okay.
I've checked the sign, see for morning or afternoon. So good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you just a couple of questions because as you heard, I couldn't hear.
I'm sorry.
So I want to make sure that what I have on paper is correct.
Okay.
And what I have on paper is the first time that the court asked you, do you have an opinion? I wrote down, you said, self-defense made sense. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about that.
Okay.
Is that the opinion that you hold now?
I'm not sure, just because I'm not clear on what happened.
Okay. Could you do me a favor? I'm going to step just a little bit closer, and if you wouldn't mind just talking a little bit louder for me, okay? Can you do that for me?
Is this better? No?
but I'm going to make it work, okay?
Okay.
That's
Sorry.
okay. That's all right. A lot of people are soft-spoken. That's fine. All right. Back in 2014, was that your opinion?
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, when you responded to the question that self-defense made sense, let's talk about your thought process today when you made that statement. It came out very quick, self-defense made sense. What were you thinking?
So I'm not clear on my memory. But, so because I don't know what happened, I don't know if it was, I'm sorry, I can't make a clear, I don't know.
Okay.
I believe in self-defense, I just, I don't know what happened, so.
All right. I'm trying to figure out exactly what facts you had that led you to the opinion that self-defense made sense. Can you help me with that? What was it that you learned, that you put together, and you did your analysis the way you think, and based on your personal beliefs, you thought, well, self-defense makes sense. Are you okay? Would you like for me to stop?
Just wait a second, I'm sorry.
Well, why don't we pass you for a few minutes, and we can get back to you. You want to do that?
Sorry.
It's okay. This is not how most people, do things. We have to, it's almost like you're being interrogated. And lawyers have said that to several prospective jurors, that you're sitting there under the lights and lawyers are shooting questions at you. It's not easy. We can pass you for a little bit or get through this either way.
I want to try and get through it if we can.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
All right. Don't want to sit back there and think about what's coming some more? Okay. Anything else, Mr. Martin?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Juror number 108. How do you like
Yes, sir.
that new name of yours?
Oh, yeah, it's great.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
I want you to relax, okay? First, let me tell you, there's no right and wrong answer here. There really isn't, okay? And, you know, as lawyers, sometimes we ask questions in a way that maybe is too straightforward and too cut and dry. And I don't want to do that, okay? I need you to help me
Right.
in this whole process. And to be honest with you, all we're wanting is to find out what's in that mind of yours from back 8 years ago. Think about that. How sometimes I'm thinking to myself, how ridiculous, you know, me asking these questions. I'm asking someone to remember 8 years ago, right?
Right.
Doesn't make much sense. But we have to do it because I really cherish the responsibility that I have as a defense attorney representing Mr. Reeves. And I want to do the best job that I can possibly do for him. And so,
Your Honor, I'm going to object
If
to
I-
this line beyond scope of what you're.
Yeah, all over the world.
if I say anything that even makes you uncomfortable, I want you to put your hand up and say, Escobar, wait. And I'll try to rephrase that. How's that? Okay? But I'm not going to ask you any hard questions, okay? The court talked to you about a very important rule here. And you seem to me, just by me listening to you, that you're a person that follows the rules and wants to follow the rules. Am I correct with that?
Yes.
Okay. And the court indicated that in this process of a jury trial, which is so important in our system of justice, that when a juror is going to make a decision, they've got to make that decision based upon the evidence that's introduced in this trial, the testimony that comes from the stand, and that alone.
Right.
You feel pretty comfortable you can do that?
Yes.
And you feel comfortable you can do that because you're a person of principles?
Yes, and when there's a rule to be followed, especially within just this room, as you said, we can only use what we're shown here, and I can leave everything else behind.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Hang tight.
How you feeling?
I'm okay.
When I was up here speaking with you, we were having a conversation, and became overwhelmed. That's okay. Was this whole situation for you, does that sit well with you? Do you have the personality where you feel comfortable in a situation like that?
No.
No?
No.
Okay, that's just your personality. Doesn't have anything to do with the lawyers, the judge. It's just because you're in this setting, you don't feel comfortable?
Right, and I think you remind me of someone, I'm sorry.
What's that?
She said you remind her of someone.
Sorry.
Okay. I remind you of someone? Okay. And that's why you're emotional?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. If you were selected
Yes.
and you went back to the jury room, I wouldn't be there,
Right.
okay? All right, so since I remind you of someone, but I wouldn't be back in the jury room, would you be able to, in that situation, with those other 5 members, discuss the testimony that you heard?
Yes.
Yeah? All right. Now, let me ask you this. If you are selected, I will be in this courtroom. All right? And because I remind you of someone that is creating this emotion, and I'm going to be walking around, I'm going to be talking, you're going to have to look at me for 2 weeks. Are you going to be thinking about what is upsetting you now to the point where it's going to be so distracting you may miss something?
I am afraid that I could possibly miss some things.
Okay. I appreciate you being honest, and I apologize for making you feel that way. There's nothing I can do, but I apologize. But I appreciate your candor that over that 2-week period, because of whatever it is, and I don't really want to get into it, but you feel that you would miss some of the testimony, that you would be distracted by the fact that I would be in the
No,
courtroom.
we're in agreement. If they're gonna make a motion at this time, there's no need to
Okay.
continue.
All right, thanks. Good enough.
Thank you, ma'am, I apologize.
You know, I've had this situation come up once before. It was really kind of comical. I asked the jurors, you know, I think I was actually a lawyer at the time, maybe, and I said, you know, is there anything that you don't like about lawyers, or, you know, any of us that you just don't like the looks of us? And one of the jurors said, you know, that lawyer over there looks just like my ex-husband, and I could not stand to sit through this trial and look at that guy's face every day. And that, you know, that was kind of the end of that. So, you know, we all have those things, but, and I appreciate you being here and enduring all day yesterday and then today. But, you know, I think we're gonna go, this might not be the trial for you. We'll go ahead and let you go today. But you've done your jury service now, well done. You should get a summons in about a year, shouldn't come before a year, but about a year from now, maybe we'll have a trial that we can put your work in, okay? Thank you very much for your time and attention. Do you need a letter or anything for your work?
Oh, no, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'm gonna take the number.
Thanks, take care. All right, how many more do we have left? Two? Let's see, whatever the next number is. Sweet. Okay. Good morning, 109. Good to see you back again, thank you.
Yes.
Were you able to abide by my instructions during the break, recess? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. All right, very good. No independent research, didn't watch the news. All right, super. Another housekeeping matter I got to tell you real quick about the lawyers. The lawyers are under strict rules governing the Florida bar. And one of those rules is that they must never have any interaction with a juror or prospective juror outside the courtroom. So should you encounter any of them for any reason out in the hall, or ask them, where's the escalator, they will not talk to you. They'll act like they don't hear you, know you, see you, or anything, and they'll probably walk the other way.
Okay.
They're not mean. They're nice guys. They're personable, and they're not rude, but they do follow the rules, so don't give it any thought. All right, so the reason we called everybody back in one at a time was so we could find out what you know about the case, when you heard about it, how you heard about it, and whether or not you have any opinions about the events that happened. So can you tell me when you heard about this case?
Back when it happened.
Okay, back in 2014.
I'm honestly not even too familiar with when it happened. I
Okay.
just know it was a while ago.
Okay, yep, it was 2014.
Yeah.
So did you hear about it on the TV news or discussions with family,
I think it was,
coworkers?
yeah, word of mouth. Like,
Okay.
discussion with my parents, probably.
Okay, very good. That was going to be my next question. Do you suppose your parents saw it on TV and said something to you about it?
Maybe back then, yes.
Okay.
Because we don't watch too much of the news anymore, like, as a family.
Okay.
So, back then, it was probably that or on social media, something like that.
Okay. And do you, as you sit there right now, do you feel like you've got an opinion about the case?
No.
No, okay. So when you, however you heard it back then, do you know much of the details about what happened? Or can you tell me what you think you know about the events that happened?
I just knew that there was someone shot at the movie theater, and someone got killed. That was all I really knew.
All right.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't, excuse me, sound like this was a big topic of discussion at any point in your family. Is that correct?
No, not really.
You didn't really talk about it?
We knew it happened. We knew it was right down the street. I live in Lutz, so
Okay.
it was like 15 minutes from my house, and it was talked about, but not really a big, huge discussion.
Okay,
really.
kind of close to home, that sort of discussion, that it happened right there? Had you ever been to that movie theater before?
Yeah,
Okay.
multiple times.
And have you gone since?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And let's see, at any point, have you seen the news coverage where it shows a little video of the events that happen inside the movie theater? No, you haven't seen that? Now, how about on social media? Sometimes if something pops up on the news, a lot of people have comments about it, and they talk about it back and forth. Do you remember reading comments and feeling, oh, yeah, that makes sense, or no, that's silly, anything like that?
No, ma'am.
And have you seen anything recently about it? No? Okay.
This was the first time I heard about it since
it happened?
the first time I heard about it back then in
Okay.
2014.
All right. So, doesn't sound like you got a lot of information about it, and I did tell you a little bit about it yesterday, just to jog everybody's memories.
Right.
If you were chosen as a juror, and I instructed you that the only thing that you can consider in coming to your verdict is what you hear in this courtroom, the information you get in this courtroom, both through the physical evidence or testimony or my instructions and the lawyer's arguments. It has to be only what you heard here, and you'd have to disregard anything that you heard or thought about previously. Would you be able to follow that instruction?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and let the lawyers inquire.
No questions.
Okay. Mr. Michaels?
Morning.
Morning.
All right, 2014, so you were doing the math, like 14 years old, right, 8 years ago?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, because it happened in January, so you hadn't turned 15 yet.
Right.
All right. And so you were in middle school?
Yeah, probably. It doesn't seem like that long ago, but yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Well, welcome to life. That's the way it is.
Yeah.
You blink your eyes and you're 10 years in the future.
No, I was 16.
Okay, 16.
16. Yeah. I'm 22 currently, turning 23.
Okay, you're gonna be 23. I
Yeah.
got you. All right.
Yeah.
You're better at
But
that than
yeah,
I am.
yeah, yeah.
So you're 16
I was probably a freshman,
All
maybe
right.
going into my sophomore year.
in high school.
Yeah.
And so certainly as a freshman, you were aware of news and news events.
Mhm.
Did your folks watch the news every night?
No,
Okay.
we've never watched the news like that, honestly.
And so in this case, did you see it on the news or strictly heard it from people?
I would say my parents. Yeah.
And what did they tell you about it? Or how did you, let me put it to you this way. How was the subject brought up? In other words, did they talk about news events often, or was this kind of something unusual that they talked to you about?
I think they brought it up just because it was something that happened right down the road. They said, like, did you know that there was a shooting at the movie theater at the Groves? I was like, no, that's crazy. And they said, I honestly, that's the extent of the conversation that I really remember.
All right, so
Yeah.
basically this thing happened down the street, there was a shooting.
Right, and I might have seen like a headline or something on Facebook or something that they might have showed me real briefly, but
Because it happened close by where you lived, were you curious? Did you look anything up at all about it?
no,
Didn't go
no,
to-
not back then.
All right, didn't go to the internet?
No, no sir,
At any time did you do that?
no sir,
What about when you got your jury summons? Did you look,
no sir.
did you have any idea that that summons was gonna bring you here to this case?
So, my mom and my grandmother knew that I had jury duty, and they told me that the jury summons was going on Monday for this, but I knew that my jury summons was Tuesday, so I didn't know if it was going to be for this or not, but it jogged my memory because I remembered it happening so long ago, so yeah.
So what did they,
Thought it was coincidental.
it's coincidental, so when did you, talk to your mother and grandmother about your jury summons and that it might have something to do with this case?
We didn't really talk about it. I told them that I had jury duty, and then my nanny actually sent me a text message and said, "This is like going on Monday, so maybe you're gonna be there." And I mean, I didn't reply to it or anything. That was just, I looked at it and I was like, "Oh, that's weird,"
So how did
because
you?
I remember it happening.
How did your grandmother, or how did she refer to the case? You know, sometimes people call it, I'm sure she can say, State of Florida versus Curtis Reeves.
Yeah, no.
What did she say?
I don't even think she said anything about the case. She just sent the fact that they were doing the jury pool selection, like it might have been like a little article or something. But I just read the headline, like on the little thumbnail that pops up on your text, and then below that she said something like, "This is going on Monday, so maybe it's for you!" Exclamation point, something like that. Yeah, I don't know.
And you never talked to her directly about it?
No, sir.
Now, you've been back to the theater after this happened?
Yes, sir. A couple times.
And did you notice anything in the theater that you think might have something to do with this case at all?
No.
And when you heard there was a shooting at the movie theater, your reaction was oh wow, something like that?
Yeah, just like you would never think something like that happens in your backyard until it does, you know? Kind of that type of reaction.
Before you got here, did you know any of the people involved?
No.
Okay.
No, sir.
All right. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Any motion?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. 109, if you would head back to the jury pool room. Chances are, we're probably going to break for lunch shortly, but I'll instruct everybody, I'll let you know shortly, and just head back there and wait. Remember my instructions, no discussing the case or anything, and you'll find out pretty soon. Probably we're going to just go to lunch and then all come back together, so.
Okay.
All right,
Thanks,
thank you.
Yep, this one?
Yeah. Hang on just one second, Tina. I need to take just a real quick recess. Apologize. Let's get to the next one, please. Last one. Hello, 110.
Hello.
Thank you for coming back. Were you able to abide by my instructions during the recess?
Yes.
Excellent. You didn't do any independent research or look at the news or anything? Thank you. One quick housekeeping matter. I forgot to inform everybody yesterday. One of the little things about the lawyers, that they are under very strict rules governing the Florida bar, that they cannot have any interaction with any prospective jurors or jurors outside the courtroom. So if you run into one of them in the hall, or, ask them where's the elevator, they're not going to talk to you. They're going to look like you don't even exist. So, and they'll walk away. They're not rude. They're nice guys, but they will follow the rules. So don't think anything of it, all right? So the reason we brought you in here today is because we need to find out what you know about the case, how you found out, when you found out, and whether or not you have any opinions about, the events that happened. So can you tell me when you first found out about the case?
I remember hearing about it not long after it happened. I lived up in Brooksville at the time, but I worked in Tampa, so I worked at Busch Gardens at the time, so I would drive past the Cobb Theater quite frequently, so I remember hearing about it and being aware that it happened.
Okay. And at the time, when you heard about it, did you hear about it on the news or word of mouth, people talking about it? Do you remember?
I think I heard about it on the news. I remember being shocked and surprised that something like that would happen. At that theater, I had never been there before, but was definitely surprised by it. I know people talked about it at work. I don't remember the conversations, but I know it was talked about at work as well.
All right. And did you see it on the news, to your recollection, on the TV news or social media news?
I don't recall specifically. I'm sure that I did, but I don't recall specifically where I heard about it.
All right. And so from the sounds of it, you might not recall any further details about if you did see it on the news, on TV or social media, did you happen to see some of the coverage included a little clip of video from the events inside the movie theater? Did you see that video?
I don't remember seeing the video.
Okay. And did you tell me a little bit about what you know about the facts of the case? I told you a little details yesterday to refresh your memory. Do you know anything beyond that you can think of?
I know a little bit. On Monday when I got home from work and called to see if I had to come into jury duty, and found out that I did, my mom said that she had seen on the news that this trial was coming to a jury. So I was looking up where that was taking place to see if that would have anything to do with me, because I wasn't sure what the details were. So I did read a few things trying to figure out what courthouse it was happening at. I read some articles about the events that happened, about being on a weekday at the Cobb Theater, about there being an altercation, about popcorn being thrown, about complaints being made to the manager. I read about the case a little bit, how it had, because it was such a long time ago, having been tried or trying to first stand your ground and being denied and then having to come back, and COVID delays and things of that nature. And that is kind of why it is
Okay.
coming up now, so many years later.
Okay, very good. And that's certainly something understandable under the circumstances. If I told you, if I instructed you that, okay, you good?
Yeah.
Okay. It sounds like you might know a little bit too much about the case. And I get it, that's not, it's probably a pretty common thing. And most of the time, we don't have so much media coverage, so, there's, nobody looks things up. But probably you know a little too much to be sitting on this case. So I'm going to go ahead and let you go. I want to thank you sincerely for enduring all day yesterday and today again. I know it was just loads of fun, but it's really necessary that we have folks like yourself to come. And so you've done your jury duty. You're good for at least a year. Maybe we'll get you back in a year and put you to work on a trial, okay?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
I'll take your number.
You are free to go. And you can look up anything you want.
And then you can read whatever you want.
That's it back there, right? We did it. All right, good. Okay, so probably it'd be a perfect time to take a lunch break. You want to give them an hour and maybe a little, let's say 1:15 and, or what? You're making faces, Mr. Martin.
Not at you, Your Honor, I assure you.
There was a bad joke in there, but I restrained it.
But,
I just moved and, you know how you get all your new, I just didn't feel good right there for a minute.
okay, I got you. I experienced that myself a few moments ago, but, yeah, let's just go, if I give them till 1:15, that's a little over an hour, and us a little over an hour, and we'll be able to bring them all in. I think we might have a chart.
I think so, Judge. I should have done a landscape, but I didn't realize, and I don't know how I could change it now.
Okay, well,
But I just want to make sure all the jurors are correct.
yeah, well, I'll go through that on the lunch break or shortly thereafter, and can you print another copy or two? Print a couple more copies and they can look at them too. 2 more copies, and we'll just, we'll get you one, when it's, right, when it's correct, when we check it. And we'll check it during it looks right, it looks like we got the right number, the same number as I do, 109,
And I apologize, it should have been done in landscape, but I'm scared if I try to change something now, I won't be able to get it like that, so this is how it goes.
okay. All right. All right, so let's take a break till, oh, okay, that's right, I forgot about him. All right, take a break till 1:15.
Do the chart now in case there's a problem? I hate to come back at 1:15 and get cranked and then we figure out there's an issue.
All right, we can do that.
It doesn't take that long.
Yeah, it won't take that
If
long.
there's no issue.
So we got the numbers, I got my chart.
But you already had what you're probably working on, I was thinking.
I forgot 106. I wrote all of them out in rows of 10 that we should have, so I can check it pretty quick, because I wrote them, I got them the same way as the chart. Yep. 43 through 63, 65.
Spelling of names too,
Yeah.
just in case this is.
65 through 86, 87 through 105, and 106, yeah. at first glance, it matches my chart that I did previously. Okay, matches everything I got. Good job, Tammy.
Yeah, I have 98 still with it.
I have 98 as cause.
I may have missed it, but it is
Cause maybe.
Yeah, 98 is cause.
okay.
After 97.
This matches mine. Okay, excellent. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 52. 52. That's good. Yeah. All right, can you email them? Did you already? Thanks. All right, so we can stand in recess till 1:15. Thanks, everybody. Well done. bet. Did you get a copy of the? Good, thanks.
Well, I'm not taking credit for this, I think that was Tammy. I will.
Yep,
But I think it was Tammy.
definitely Tammy.
Charlene, did you get one? Yes, ma'am, did you? Alright. You got one? Okay. Judge, you got one?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
They got their number. Yeah, they got their numbers, but their names are right there. You know, we're also used to just looking at the names and saying their names.
Here's my tip.
Mhm.
What I do, because I know that's what I'm gonna do,
Mhm.
I just marked it out.
That was a good idea.
Because
I might do the same
tendency
thing.
is that even with that marked out, I'm looking at them,
Mhm.
I'm trying to read through the scribble that I did, because we
Yeah.
address people as
I know.
as numbers.
I know.
I've never been a guard in prison, but
Well, I was telling the girls at lunch, we have a large number of cattle. We're cattle ranchers, and they all have numbers. And I always talk to them, and I'm always like, hey, 80, how are you today? Or hey, 51. You know, I always call them by their numbers. So it's not totally foreign to me, but with people, it's a little different.
We've got 2 minutes to get them lined up. Think we should start now or no?
Yeah.
Go ahead and start lining up.
Do we have anything we need to address first? I think we can go ahead and get them. Yeah, go ahead and start lining them up. And you're going to line them up just by their numbers in numerical num.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Terry. So we have the vet send an email. So I'm ready to. Just call me when you're coming.
I'm gonna move forward now, okay?
Okay,
We're not doing anything?
right? Mm-hmm. Can I use your highlighter for a minute for that? Yeah, that'll work, thanks. I've got like next to nothing for instructions left. Mine are, I've got give if defendant requests, the right to remain silent, and you want us to give that, want me to give that? And then plea of not guilty. Now, do you want me to, I can just stop at the end of that instruction, or as I told you the other day, what I customarily do is I say, now that you've heard that instruction, I'm going to put you to a little test. You want me to do that with anyone, or no? Skip that. I ask them if I asked you what your verdict would be right now, what would you say? And then they, having heard that instruction, if I asked you right now what your verdict would be, what would you say?
I would prefer the court not to do that.
Okay.
And that's, you're talking about the plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and presumption of innocence. Yeah, okay.
That's
the instruction, I got you.
That's the instruction, so.
Yeah, I would
So
do
there'll be three, right?
Two instructions, 3.7, well, 3.7 has plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof, and then the other instruction is the right to remain silent. So do you want me to ask that if I asked you right now what your verdict would be, or no?
I would rather not.
Okay, got
I'm
it.
sure we'll address that.
Yeah, well, that's right, so that's what, okay, okay, then I won't, that's why I asked ahead of time. So I'll go right from the reasonable doubt instruction to the attorneys will now ask questions of you. And who's going to be questioning? Mr. Martin? Okay. Yeah, and you're gonna have to use the microphone if possible.
Well, I have to because.
All your stuff. Yeah.
I'm not gonna be walking around.
Okay, yeah, that makes a big difference with the microphone.
Because I find it very hard to stand behind.
I've noticed, and I refrained from asking you to please step, but you were close enough to their microphone, I think it would pick up, but we're going to have to be mindful of that during the trial. It is such a, well, in my humble opinion, in my experience in this courthouse, this is a big courtroom. I don't know how, I forget, I've been in the big federal courtrooms, but this one seems big to me.
Judge, I think it's approaching Mr. Martin. It's not something big, I just don't want to say it.
Do you want it on the record? Okay.
It's just about Mr. Reeves and his
Yep. You can be seated as you come in. Deputies. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Got the gang all together now. For those of you that I asked to be here at 9 o'clock, I wish I would have asked you to be here at 1:30. Sorry. I just never know how timing is going to go. But here we are, and we're going to get started with the second part of this process. I just have a couple of instructions that I'm going to give you, and then I'm going to turn it over to the lawyers. So during this process, because there's a lot of you again, please, before you talk or when someone asks you a question, please just be doing that with your numbers so we can see, okay? We got the court reporter up there, and she's got to see your number, as we all do, and remember to speak up. Probably those of you in the back, if you can, stand to give your answers might be helpful, but we might be able to get by without it. We'll just have to see. Were all of you able to abide by my instructions during the recess? Excellent. Nobody did any independent research or watched the news or anything like that? You're going to get sick and tired of hearing me say that, but you're going to hear it every time you come back. All right. Thank you all for cooperating and for being here again. So I'm going to jump right in. I've got a couple of instructions that are standard instructions used in just about any criminal case. So the first one is this one. In any criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his or her innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. Now, I don't know if Mr. Reeves is going to testify or not, but this is the law in our country. It might be a little contrary to what we're used to here, but this is the law. So, will any of you find that instruction difficult to follow? And despite my instruction, will you still find that you have to hear from the defendant in order to make up your mind on your verdict? Anybody feel that way? All right, because that's the state of the law. That's that. So that's how I'm instructing you. I see no hands. Now I'm going to read another standard jury instruction, and you'll hear this one later on for those of you who are selected. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the information through each stage of the trial unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. All right, so now that's all the instructions I have at this moment, and the attorneys will now ask questions of you. What they say is not evidence, nor is it the law. The court will instruct you on the law at a later time. I do ask that you listen attentively to their questions and respond loudly enough so that everyone can hear. Counsel for prosecution may now proceed with your questions of the panel.
Good afternoon. I feel very far away. I believe with the microphone, you'll be able to hear me just fine. So please don't take offense if you see this. That doesn't mean stand up. That means that I can't hear. All right, because there's no microphones back there, and your voice just resonates within the room. So if you can, and if you feel comfortable, if you have a mask, feel comfortable taking it off briefly, fine. If you don't, that's fine too. We'll deal with it. It's not a problem. But try to speak as loud as you can so that at least I can hear. Other than Your Honor, I'm the furthest one back. So if you will help me with that. Can you all do that for me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, counsel.
All right. This is an opportunity for us to speak to you as a group. In a criminal trial, we're allowed to discuss with you your feelings, your background, how you think. Everybody comes in the courtroom a different kind of person. We all have our own personalities. Some personalities are better fitted for a particular trial. Some personalities, no way should they be on that trial. So we have an opportunity to ask you questions to try to make that determination. Are you a good fit for this particular trial? And in doing so, we're going to be asking you questions, and you are to respond as honestly as possible. If I ask you a question that you do not feel comfortable speaking in front of the group, we'll try to make arrangements so that we can listen to you, maybe up at the bench or somewhere. But if I ask questions, you go, no, Mr. Martin, I'd rather not talk about it in group, feel free to tell me that, and then we'll let the judge, Your Honor, Her Honor, decide how we're going to handle that. Is everyone comfortable with that? Just telling me, no, I'd rather not speak in front of everyone? Let me see a show of hands. Everyone comfortable with that? Very good. If for some reason, because I'm up here talking and my mouth might get dry after an hour and a half or whatever, and I mumble and you can't hear me, just let me know. Just raise your hand. I'll call on you. Hey, speak up for me or whatever. If you don't understand the question, when I ask it to you, please don't hesitate to say, I'm just not getting that, okay? Ask it again for me, because I want you to understand the question so that I feel confident in the response that I'm getting from you. Will you all agree to do that? Yes. Okay. Some of us have mannerisms when we talk. The English language is not a very specific, perfect language. I don't know why we have synonyms and antonyms where words can mean other things. It's a very difficult language. So when we speak, sometimes we use kind of shortcuts or we get kind of lazy. Some people might say, yeah, all the time, or not really, when they really mean yes. You might have a pet phrase that I think I can, or sure. Lawyers hate that, okay? We're very black and white. We want to know exactly what you're talking about. So if we get a response that is somewhat ambiguous to our lawyer ears, we're going to ask you to explain that to us. Please don't be embarrassed by it. It's just because we want to make sure that we understand exactly what you're trying to convey to us. That's why we're doing it. Everyone agreeable with that? Yes? All right. Now, where's juror number 92? You don't have to stand out. I just need to see a paddle.
Just raise your paddle.
Yeah.
You can sit down.
You can sit down now. Juror 92, you're a pilot, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, we've already used this example once in this trial, but when people say, I'm not sure, I think so, well, maybe, or possibly I can, that's when we start asking you more questions. We don't feel comfortable, no more comfortable than if you heard the pilot on the plane that's coming into TIA, and the pilot says, we're making our final approach to TIA. I sure hope I can land the plane. Have a nice day. Thank you for flying. You're going, what? There's no comfort level there, right? Right? Number 92, you agree with that?
I agree.
Yeah, that would not be good. All right, so that's what we're talking about. We're trying to make sure that we understand, and we're going to try to push you right to the limit of exactly how you feel. Now, one of the things that I've learned over the years in doing jury trials is that it seems like every trial I get a new life experience. And you go, you know, maybe I should include that in my voir dire because I really didn't see that one coming. So the reason I tell you this story is because recently had the occasion of questioning someone, and I thought I was doing a good job, being very nice. But all of a sudden, the witness started to tear up and cry. And I didn't know what I was doing. And I finally decided, well, I'm just going to sit down. I then had an opportunity to speak with that witness again within a couple of minutes. And what I learned was I reminded that witness of someone. It's not what I was saying or doing, but it was whatever about me, my mannerisms, my looks, I don't know, just reminded that witness of someone, and it was emotionally painful for that witness, to the point where the witness agreed, if I have to look at you for 2 weeks, I don't think I'm going to be paying attention all the time. All right? So, let's talk about lawyers, because now we're going to have lawyers standing up here today, all day, and you're going to have lawyers in this courtroom asking your questions. And you're going to be looking at the lawyers, including me, for at least the next 1 to 2 weeks. So as soon as I said, ask the question, here it is, how do you feel about lawyers? Let it sink in. Now, who had a lawyer joke pop in their head? Okay, it's okay, you can tell me. But you did, right? You did. All right, so let's kind of deal with that just a little bit. There are some times with attorneys, attorneys are involved in individuals' life that can be both pleasurable and unpleasurable. And sometimes just the event with a lawyer in that event results in some sort of feeling about lawyers that for some reason is just not good, to the point where you're just going to avoid lawyers, whatever. So here's how we're going to do voir dire most of the time. I'm going to try to talk row by row, ask questions row by row. I'm not going to go individually and ask the same thing. I just want to see, is there anyone that has, on row number 1, that has had a life event that included the participation of a lawyer that resulted in a very unpleasurable experience, to the point if you have to look at lawyers that you're not going to pay attention to the testimony, you're just going to be thinking lawyers, whatever that bad thought is. Let's start with row number 1. And you need to use your paddles because I don't use names. I need to know, is there anyone on row number 1 that has had that life experience? I usually say, I see no show of hands, but here I'm going to say, I see no show of paddles, okay? Row number 2, the same question. Has anyone had that life experience with attorneys? I see no show of paddles. Row number 3. And your number. Number 55. Is that experience with the attorneys to the point that it is so significantly negative that you couldn't pay attention to the testimony? As I'm standing up here now, are you reliving that experience and not listening to the last word I said? Okay, that's what we're trying to figure out. All right, thank you, number 55. Anyone else on the 3rd row? On the 4th row? I see no paddles. On the 5th row? I see none. And the last 2 way back on the 6th? I do not. You had an opportunity to fill out questionnaires we have had an opportunity to look at them. We have made some notes. And I'm going to start the follow-up process regarding the information that you put on the questionnaire. I'm going to try to do a couple of things row by row, but we're going to start very soon talking individually. Now, what I will explain to you, I am going to jump around a little bit because I'm not going to ask 3 people the same thing when it only applies to 1. I'm going to try to go by the chart. I have specific questions for you. So please pay attention. If I call out your number, don't be afraid if I go from 3 to 95 to 86. So you pay attention? All right. So let's start this off. One of the things that is kind of easy to talk with, kind of break the ground a little bit. Who has had military experience? That's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about military experience. Wait a minute. Jump the gun. But you're good. I got it. You're using the paddles good. And so when I talk about military experience, it's what branch, where, how long you were in, what your rank was, what your duties were, and eventually get to the point, did you ever have an occasion to sit in a court-martial proceeding? Not as a defendant, but as, one of the jurors. So that's what I'm talking about. So let's begin with row number 1, military experience. And I see number 5 and 15. All right. Number 5, thank you for your service. What is your military experience?
United States Air Force.
And how long, sir?
20 years, retired.
What was your rank when you retired?
E6 Tech Sergeant.
Can you kind of explain to me what an E6 Tech Sergeant, what does that mean in the scope of things?
It's the middle tier of enlisted ranks. You're a craftsman at your job.
Okay. What were your duties?
Logistics.
All right, could you?
Responsible for moving materials, ordering, safety programs, construction.
Were you a supervisor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many men did you supervise?
Up to 22 at one point.
22?
Yes, sir.
Any awards, commendations?
Normal awards, achievement awards, commendation awards.
All right. Were you deployed overseas?
Yes, sir.
Where were you?
Saudi Arabia.
How long were you there?
And that one was 4 months.
While in the military, did you have the experience of being involved in any type of criminal investigation where you were assisting the military police, working with them, providing them information, or if for some reason there was a court-martial proceeding, you were called upon to either be a witness or on the jury?
No, sir.
Thank you, sir. And and number 15, were you in the service?
Yes, sir. I was in the United States Air Force for 20 years myself.
United States Air Force? How many years?
20 years.
Thank you for your service. Where were you deployed over those 20 years?
Various locations, because I did aircraft maintenance. I inspected aircraft, so we deploy very frequently to Saudi Arabia, Dubai, or, anywhere south of Asia.
Okay. Any particular aircraft that you have a specialty in?
No, because I did inspection on any aircraft, whether it was heavy or fighters, so I did both.
Okay. What was your rank when you left the service?
Staff sergeant.
Staff sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Did you supervise the individuals?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in row number 1? Row number 2, military service. I have 27. Anyone else? All right. Number 27, please Tell me about your military experience.
I was an aviation ordnance petty officer in the Navy, stationed on the USS Ranger in San Diego, in the South Pacific cruises. I was in 8 years. Electronic aviation ordnance weapon systems on support to non-cap.
You maintained it? The rear seat? Did you sit where the,
I crawled around in it, yeah, I played with the wiring and the electronics.
yeah, that's what you did. Yeah, okay. All right. And I apologize, I think I missed what your rank was. I believe you said it.
I was at AO3, E4,
What does that mean?
aviation ordnance, third class petty officer.
Got it. Thank you. Row 3. I'm sorry. Yeah, wait. Number 36. Okay, we're still in row 2. I apologize. Number 36, you're in row 2.
82nd Airborne Division, Fort Bragg, North Carolina.
How long?
3 years.
And the rank when you left?
PLC.
PFC? Thank you for your service. Anyone else on the second row? Okay, now let's go to the third row, if we can. Number 63.
U.S. Army, Specialist 4, which is an E4. I was a company clerk.
All right. How long were you in?
3 years.
3?
3 in Germany.
Did you have any type of supervisory role? Thank you. Anyone else on the third row? Let's go to the fourth row. Military service. Number 68.
Yes, sir.
And what branch?
Marine Corps and Army.
I'm sure that's an interesting story. Which was first?
Marine Corps.
All right. And what unit were you in?
The second, I was a military police canine handler.
Military police?
Yes, sir.
Were you an officer with arrest powers within the branch?
Yes, sir.
How long did you perform that function?
3 years.
Okay. Was that with the Marines or the Army?
The Army.
Did you perform that same function with the Marines?
No, sir. It was canine handler. It operates different.
Okay. And what was your rank when you left?
Sergeant, E5.
We're going to delve into law enforcement experience. So I'm going to come back and save it for that point. So I've made a note, but I appreciate it. Thank you for your service. Anyone else in row 4? Okay, let's go to row 5. 92, my pilot.
Yes, sir, U.S. Army. It was second of the 227th, 3rd Armored Division, transferred to 1st Armored Division, and also 101st Airborne. I was Apache helicopter, avionics, electrical system, and weapons system specialist.
Did you fly the Apache, maintain it, or both?
Maintained.
The rank when you left?
E4 specialist.
Not being familiar with the different ranks, would that include a supervisory role?
Yes, sir.
How many people did you supervise?
Any moment between 6 and 24 soldiers.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in row 5? And the last two in row 6. All right. We're going to do the same thing, only I want to talk about, do you have any family or friends that are in the security business? What I mean by security business is this, where a company hires individuals, put them in uniform, and you see them at various private locations, maybe a gate at a condo or apartment complex, walking the mall. You might find armed private security, like brings trucks. That's what I'm talking about. So on the first row, do you have any family or friends that are involved in the security business? I see no hands. On the second row, number 35. Okay. Is it a family or friend that's in the business?
Family member.
Okay. And what kind of security is that individual involved in?
He does all the recreational parks.
Okay. Is he hired by a county or a city?
County.
County? All right. How long, is this a close family member?
My cousin, yes.
Okay. Have you ever discussed with him about his interaction as a security officer with people within the park?
No.
Okay. Anyone else on the second row? Let's go to the third row. See, no show of hands. Fourth row. No show of hands. Fifth row. No show of hands. And finally, my last two in the sixth. Thank you. The court touched briefly in the preliminary instructions and questioning about personal health issues, and I have those notes. Here's what I'd like to do. You're going to be presented with photographs, some of them blown up, some of them maybe on an Elmo, on a TV screen. You're going to be shown a video that will appear on various monitors in the courtroom, maybe on a big one in front of you. So my question to you is, knowing that those devices are going to be used, and some people are sensitive to certain resolution and refresh rates and give you headaches and stuff like that. So I need to know, any of you have any issues physically viewing photographs maybe from 5-10 feet away, maybe 3 feet away? Everyone has, maybe as we get older, our vision changes or whatever. Some of us wear glasses, some of us don't. That's what I'm getting at. Does anyone have either a sight problem that would preclude them from looking at objects 3, 4, 5, 6 feet away? Anybody on the first row? No show of hands. Second? Third? No show of hands. Third? No show of hands. Fourth? No show of hands. Fifth? No show of hands on the sixth. No. The same is with hearing. You're going to hear audio recordings. You're going to listen through a speaker. I need to know if there's anything about your hearing, like a loud ringing in the ear in one ear, or something that you have to turn it up louder. You're not deaf, but you just have to turn it up to get past the ringing in your ear. Things like that. Does there anyone have a hearing condition that we need to be aware of so that we can make the appropriate adjustments for you? Anyone on the first row? Second? No? Third? No show of hands? No. 45. What you got, 45?
In school, I was identified with meniscus in my left ear. So really all I need to do is make sure I'm facing with my right ear towards the speaker or whatever it is.
You're going to be, may I move from the podium just for a moment?
You may.
You'll be sitting here, left. Is that your good ear? Yes?
Bad ear.
Bad ear. All right. All right. We'll, if you are selected, we'll accommodate you with whatever necessary. It might even be some headphones. We have them. Will that work for you?
Yes.
Okay, I appreciate you telling us that. So we'll know that if for some reason you're turned around the wrong way and got your good ear towards the witness, we'll know why. All right. Thank you for sharing that with us. Those are the things I kind of need to know. It's just little things that we need to know. Number 55?
I'm actually completely deaf in one ear.
Yeah, I had that on my chart. And so the same example, right? So if you feel it's necessary, and I know you've had that condition for a while, so you've adapted to it. Okay. If you feel or come across a situation where you go, this just isn't working for me, I can't adapt properly, would you let us know so that we can make appropriate accommodations? Thank you, 55. All right. Anyone else on the fourth row? Number 75, I see that you are in fact wearing our government-issued headphones. Are they working for you okay? Yes? Yes? All right. If you are selected as a juror, you'd be willing to continue to wear those for us so you could serve? Very good. Thank you, sir. Anyone else on the fourth row? I see no show of hands. On the fifth? No show of hands. And finally, my last two. 6? The court brought up and discussed with you that we will be taking breaks every hour and a half to 2 hours, something like that. And I believe the court, Her Honor, said if you are selected, you get to go to first class with these seats over here. Remember that? Okay. So these seats over here are a lot better than the wooden bench. So don't answer my question because you're sitting on the wooden bench. All right? But in the event that you're in seats with more padding or whatever, is there anyone that would have a situation or an issue sitting longer than an hour and a half to maybe 2.5 hours in those seats? Show of hands on 1. No. 2. 3. No. 4. Nope. 5. No show of hands. 6. All right. Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, we're all different. We come into the room with our own personalities, our own idiosyncrasies, and that's what makes the world beautiful, I guess, because no one wants 1 million Glenn Martins, all right? So, having said that, there are some environments that some people have a problem with, like heights, closed-in areas, dark areas. Very, very cold areas. See where I'm going? In the event that you are selected as a juror, you're going to be in a room with 5 other individuals that's not cramped, but it's not as big as this room. We all have our own physical space that we like to have. And as that space gets encroached on sometimes, we get a little antsy, maybe feel a little uncomfortable. So what I'd like to ask you is in the event that you're selected, and you know you're going to go back into a room, and of course we want you to feel comfortable, be able to discuss and analyze the facts of the case, is there anything about your own makeup that placed in that confined area, and it's not like a dog crate, I mean it's a room, but it's a little bit bigger than an elevator. All right, you know what I mean. Is there anyone's going to have a problem sitting in that area with those 5 other people that maybe their space is being encroached on? Anyone on row number 1? Row number 2? So no hands. Number 3? No. Number 4? No. Number 5? No. Number 6? No. Nope. All right. This has been a process that has taken place over a couple of days. And I know you were asked this question initially, but now time has marched on, your life has marched on, and there might be things in your life now that you weren't aware of back Monday or Tuesday. And those life things are those things that are now weighing heavily on your mind today that you didn't know about Monday or Tuesday. Because when we talked about that, we talked about, is there anything in your life that is going to be so distractive that you cannot provide your undivided attention? So I'm just getting us caught up. I know we covered, but catch me up in the last 2 days. We'll do it row by row. All right? Anybody on row number 1 that now over the last 2 days in their life, something that you want to talk to me about? Row number 1? Nope. Row number 2? Nope. Row number 3? Nope. Number 45. Yes. Please tell me.
My mother had an appointment at Moffitt Cancer Center yesterday, in which her treatment plan changed for the next week. So I have a letter from the doctor about making her appointments. She lives with me. I'm her primary caregiver, but also her transportation to and from events like this.
Is that something that's going to take place this week and next week?
We have appointments tomorrow and Friday, as well as next Monday, and then every 3 weeks after that, so.
Okay. Is this a treatment that's regimented? See, my mouth is already starting to get dry. Is this treatment scheduled out so she has to do 1 before she can do 2, before she can do 3?
Yes.
The point is you can't just hopscotch around, right?
Yes.
All right. Is there anyone else that could assist you if you were in this trial for 2 weeks taking your mom to and from the Moffitt Center?
No.
You're it.
I could try, but it would be very difficult.
For that length of time?
Yeah.
All right. In the event that you are asked to serve, knowing that your mom now has these treatments scheduled, and you are asked to serve, could you guarantee us, if you will, that you could give us your undivided attention, or would that weigh so heavily that you would be thinking about your mom and not what's being presented?
Wouldn't think about her necessarily, it's more how she's getting there, so I could probably, if chosen, give my undivided attention. It would just be stressful on those days that she needs those treatments.
All right, well, what does stressful mean? That's the language. Is it?
That's the I don't have the support system or the trust in her to be able to get her to those appointments by herself. My other close friends and family members in the area also have their lives that they're not able to take time away from in their work schedules, and that's the primary reason. So it would just be making sure I can get her to those appointments and trying to prioritize who's going to take time away from their work schedules.
So it seems like there's going to be a lot of logistics going on that you're going to be thinking about. Even if you weren't here, you would still have to deal with.
Yes, sir.
All right, so my question to you is, it would be hard enough if you weren't here handling all that. Now you're here trying to get someone else to help because no longer in charge, right? So that just adds to it.
Absolutely.
All right, so my question to you is, would you be thinking about that to the point where you cannot give us your undivided attention?
Yes. I would think about that.
Thank you. Hang on just a second, I'll get you. Number 45, right? Let me make just a quick note, we'll move on. Thank you. Row number one, number one. One of one.
When the initial question was asked on Monday, I wasn't sure, so when we were dismissed, I double checked with my boss, and I do not get paid if I'm out. If I don't work, I don't get paid.
Okay. Let's go ahead and just discuss that real quick. You're an interpreter? All right. Is there a specific language? Is it signing? Sign language. All right. A very specific skill. All right.
That would be my only concern.
Okay. Is that a financial concern because of you're the sole provider of your family unit? Or,
Yes.
okay.
If there was some way I was getting compensated, I would be able to focus, but 3 weeks without pay is kind of rough.
Well, yes, I can imagine. So I guess that you answered the question before I even asked it. Would you be able to give us your undivided attention, knowing that if you were selected, you got at least 2 weeks without pay? How am I going to pay my bills?
I'm not gonna pay my bills, that's gonna be the only thing I'm concerned.
Okay, and would that be so heavily weighted in your mind that you could not give us your full attention?
Yes, because the mortgage is due the next month.
Okay. Thank you, juror number one. Okay. Anyone else on the first row on that question? Nope. Second row? Third row? Fourth? Well, you and I already spoke. Same thing? We're talking about what's changed in the last 2 days. Your mom's going to the hospital, Moffitt Center. Is that you?
No, that was the one in front of me.
Oh, good grief. Oh. All right, let me
Sorry
see.
about that.
See, hers was 47, yours 6, I saw the 7. All right, I apologize. I apologize.
May I approach the bench?
Mr. Martin, just keep in mind, I'm going to probably take a break in about 10 minutes, okay?
This one.
Is that okay, or does anybody need to go right now?
A couple people expressed the request for a comfort break, and I asked if they could hang tight for a few minutes.
Okay, yeah, no more than 10 minutes, unless you're at a good stopping point, and we could go now.
Let me finish the last couple of rows on the last
Perfect.
issue.
Okay, good deal.
All right, I was on row 4. We were discussing what has changed, if anything, from Monday till today in your life. Is there anyone else on row 4 that has a matter now in their life that you did not have Monday that may cause at least the lawyers some concern about whether or not you could be attentive and give us your undivided attention? Is there anyone else on row 4? I see no show of hands. Row 5? There you go. 89. With the glare, I couldn't tell if it was a 9 or a 4. All right, 89. What do you have, sir, in your life now?
Said yesterday, I'm self-employed, it's me and my partner, and she can't work without me, and I'm the sole provider, so.
All right, and we did have that discussion with you. You own a construction company,
Yeah,
and it's kind of new?
it is,
All right, and how many people do you have in that company now? Just you and your,
my partner.
all right. And he can't do the work by himself?
No,
All right, so if you're not there, you're not getting paid, and if you're not there, well, he's not getting paid either.
correct.
So would you believe that because of not only you're having issues financially because not getting paid, has that exacerbated because now you're affecting your partner who is also not getting paid?
Yeah, none of us thought I'd still be here today, so.
All right. Well, knowing that now and having that revelation that's not only yourself being affected, but your partner and your company, do you feel that if you were selected that you could sit and give us your undivided attention knowing that your company is silent for 2 weeks and you and your partner are not getting paid?
Yeah, I can still do what has to be done, but.
Would it be
I would
difficult?
very irritated.
Who's irritated?
I would be.
Uh-oh. Okay.
You did a lot of yes, no, and.
All right. Would that irritation rise to the level that finally you would just sit there and stew in your own irritation and not pay attention to the testimony?
Probably not. No, sir.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in, that was row number 5. Anyone else in row number 5? And finally, my last 2 and 6. I see no show of hands.
Okay, good time to take a 20-minute comfort break. Well, yeah, you guys can take 10 minutes and then go back to the jury pool room. It'll take us a little longer than 10 minutes to get back there, but remember my instructions during the recess, and just head back to the jury pool room in 10 minutes. Get going a little easier now, I hope, that they're all a group, but it's a lot of them. Oh, did you tell them to let those three let go?
No.
Go ahead and tell them. Terry? I'm going to tell the clerk to let those three go. That's 145 and 89. Go ahead and tell her, and,
Don't bring them.
yeah, don't bring them.
But collect their stuff, their card.
The attorney's approach,
Uh-huh.
On record,
Ladies and gentlemen, were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess? Excellent, thanks. All right, Mr. Martin?
Thank you. From the questions that we've asked you over the last couple of days, hopefully you get the sense of how important it is that you do in fact pay attention and give yourself every opportunity to hear the evidence that is presented to you, see the evidence that is presented to you. We've already discussed a couple of factors that might hinder that ability to do that, those are the things going in our lives. So we've covered that. But there's some other things that might prevent you from reviewing all of the evidence that maybe if you didn't, in hindsight, you go, man, I really wish I looked at that. Maybe my decision would be different. So let me go over a couple things with you because, like I said, we're all different. In this particular case, you're dealing with the death of an individual. And as you learn, there is going to be photographs and there's going to be testimony from a medical examiner. Some people, you whisper the word blood and it's an adverse reaction. So that's what I want to talk about. Those things that we might present to you in this case that because we don't know you, you might have that sensitivity to that you would do look at your shoes. So dealing with just the issue of blood. Now, I will tell you there's no gory, bloody pictures, but there is pictures of the anatomy, wounds. So I'm going to ask you, row one, is there anyone on the first row that there's sensitivity to the talking about blood or seeing blood or injuries of an individual that you're sensitive to that, therefore you would basically look at your shoes. I don't know how else to describe it, but you would look away and you wouldn't pay attention. Anyone on row number one? I see no show of hands. Row number two, same question. No show of hands. Row number three, same questions. Row number 51. How are you today, sir? All right, I appreciate you being candid with us. We're talking about the sight of blood, having to look at it. Is there something that you feel that the lawyers would want to know so that we can make a decision whether or not in this particular case you're the right fit for the case? Maybe one that involves paper or something else might be more appropriate. See where I'm coming? So what it is about that subject matter that may prevent you from looking at the evidence?
It's not, I'm sensitive to certain aspects of like anatomy when it comes to blood. I'm sensitive in terms of very, not like just regular blood, like if I see it's not to give me, but very graphical things. I'm a bit sensitive to that and I can get.
Sir, you're going to have to speak up just a little bit for me. I apologize.
I can lose my focus in moments where analysis is crucial.
Okay. I cannot show you and say, is this okay, and then make a decision. So I got to go with what your gut's telling you now. You indicated to me that you have a level of sensitivity that if it rises to what your threshold is, that you're going to tune out the information and not look, right?
Right.
And right now, you don't know if what I have to show you rises to that level.
Right.
But if it does rise to that level, you're going to tune it out.
Right.
All right, so you don't know, and I don't know, right?
Correct.
Okay. I don't know how to resolve that issue, but let's just talk a few minutes. the discussion of the anatomy of a human body and seeing wounds, is that a problem for you? Cleaned up wounds.
What do you mean by cleaned up?
Okay, if I could be graphic like in the movies and something happens and then for a movie effect, they make it really gory and bloody like a horror show, and it's not going to be that.
Okay. No,
No what?
no, that won't be a problem.
Okay. As long as we don't get to the level of a horror movie, you're good?
Yeah.
All right. Anyone else on the third row? Fourth row? So no hands. Fifth row? No show of hands. Sixth row? No. One of the things, and we're just talking about blood and just seeing blood. Now I want to get into the medical examiner testimony. But it's going to be important that you listen to the medical examiner as he presents his findings at the autopsy. He'll explain certain aspects of the bodily injuries, how they occurred, why they occurred. And it will be those photographs that will be presented to you that will allow him to explain to you his findings. And you will need to look at those photographs. And it will be injuries to a human body. Now, we've gotten past just blood, but now we've got injuries to a human body, knowing that that person is now deceased. Is there anyone on row number one that just could not look at those photographs, knowing that you're looking at a deceased individual with injuries? Is anyone on row number one? No show of hands. Number two? No show of hands. Number three? No show of hands. Row number four? No show of hands. Row number five? No show of hands in row six. Juror number two, how are you today? Good. In looking over your questionnaire, I failed to see a designation for occupation. Are you employed outside the home?
No, I'm retired.
Retired social services?
Postal service.
Postal service. All right. Were you a letter carrier?
Rule carrier and then a clerk.
Rule and then a clerk? A clerk is like a promotion, isn't it? Kinda? No?
No.
Okay. All right. Did you perform both duties at the same time or just?
No, the first 2.5 years, rule carrier, and then the 18 years clerk.
Okay. So you're retired now? Any part-time job?
No.
All right. And how do you spend your time now in order to enjoy not being employed? There's some specific activity that you like to do to keep busy?
Just ride my bike and stay home.
Okay. I wasn't able to determine from the questionnaire whether or not are you married?
Yes.
All right. Is your spouse employed?
No, he was retired postal too.
Okay. And how long was he with the Postal Service?
33 years.
Other than riding bike, any particular activity that you like to do other than that? Okay. Grandchildren, how many grandchildren do you have?
3.
What do your children do for a living?
My oldest is a teacher,
Okay.
and my youngest is a Florida builder.
A what? A builder? Owns a construction company, works for a construction company?
He just got his license in Florida.
Okay, good. And how long have you lived here in Pasco?
A year and a half, and before that, we lived in Sumter County for 5 years.
And before Sumter County?
That's right.
So you went from Pasco to Sumter to Pasco? All right, so let's take out Sumter. How many years in Pasco?
6.5.
You ever lived out of state?
I was born in Ohio. I lived there for 19 years. I've been down here for 40.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Juror number 5, how are you today?
Very well.
Good. You're a superintendent at ACP. I don't know what that is. Okay.
Construction products, hardscape superintendent,
All right.
construction.
Construction? And what do you build?
Hardscapes, we do paper patios, pergolas, outdoor grills, cabanas.
All right. Married?
Divorce.
Children?
3.
And what grades are they in?
I have a junior, 3rd grader, and a kindergartner.
Thank you. Number 20? How are you, sir? You indicated that you're an insurance adjuster for FDOT? And what does that entail?
We oversee third-party liability as it relates to damage to assets and property, and we pursue recovery against those individuals.
Okay. So if a third-party contractor comes in with a truck and damages something?
A guardrail, an attenuator,
Okay.
things of that nature, where there's coverage, we try to pursue it.
Okay. All right, very good. In one of the discussions we had, you indicated that, and maybe I paraphrase this a little bit, but you had the life experience of being involved in an aggressive situation. Do I have that right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you feel comfortable talking about that?
Sure.
Tell me about that life experience.
I think I was right around 20 years old, give or take. And went with some friends out to St. Pete, a bunch of just kids, basically, and there was I equate it to just a street fight or a riot that kind of broke out around us, and we were kind of trapped. Nothing happened to me physically, but my vehicle was pulverized, basically, because it just turned into chaos. So, in short, that's about what happened.
All right. Thank you. What I'd like to do is follow up on the questionnaire as far as your life experience with either yourself, a family member, or a friend being arrested. The question on the questionnaire is, were you arrested? It doesn't say were you convicted or was it ultimately dismissed? Did you have PTI? Was a no information filed? We're talking about arrest. So what I'd like to do is begin with number 9. Where's number 9? There you are. Okay. You indicated you had a brother.
Yeah.
Had to jog your memory there for a minute, didn't
Yeah,
you?
I was like, I ain't never been arrested. Sorry.
No. All right. Your brother was arrested for DUI
Yes.
here in Pasco?
No, Tampa.
All right. Did you ever talk to your brother about the case?
He's a lawyer.
You didn't bring that up when we first started this. All right. Well, I got to ask, is he a civil lawyer or a criminal lawyer?
Financial, actually.
Okay. All right. How long ago was that?
Over 10 years.
All right. Did you ever discuss the facts and circumstances with him?
No.
All right. The fact that your brother has been arrested for DUI, do you hold any animosity in general against law enforcement for that arrest?
No.
You're willing to give the officers that testify in this particular case the due weight that you believe they deserve
Yes.
individually?
Yes.
Okay. Number 13. All right. I believe there was some indication about a family member that had a charge dropped. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You feel comfortable speaking with me about that for a moment?
Yes,
All right. Who was that individual?
my husband.
And that was a fight?
Yes,
And was your husband arrested?
he was.
What agency?
It was the sheriff's department.
In Pasco?
Yes,
How long ago?
that was in 2019.
Any of the names that was read off in any way jog your memory about involvement with your husband's arrest?
No,
Did you discuss with your husband the facts and circumstances surrounding that fight and his arrest?
yes,
All right. Did you have any discussions with your husband regarding how he was treated by law enforcement?
no,
All right. Independent of your husband, do you have any information how he was treated by law enforcement in that incident?
pleasantly as far as I know.
Is there anything about that life experience that you harbor any ill will against law enforcement in general?
No, I was just as angry at my husband.
Okay. The officers that testify in this particular trial, will you give them your attention and give their testimony whatever weight you feel they deserve? Okay, independent of the incident with your husband. That's not going to be a factor at all?
No.
To your knowledge, is there any civil infractions that you are aware of? In some cases, a civil infraction can be a crime, like driving while license suspended, that sort of thing. To your knowledge, any family or friends, yourself, your husband, might have been involved in an infraction, criminal infraction? Number 15, there you are. You indicated there was an arrest in Texas?
Yes, sir, my stepson.
Son?
Stepson.
Stepson?
Yes, sir.
How long ago?
Probably about 3 years.
Okay. Did you speak with your son about that incident?
At the time that it occurred, yes, sir.
Did you have any discussion with him about how he felt law enforcement treated him?
No, sir.
Is there anything about that incident now that you harbor any ill will against law enforcement in general because of that specific incident?
No, sir.
can you give the officers that testify in this trial and listen to their testimony? Can you give their testimony the due weight you feel they deserve?
Yes, sir.
Number 17. Number 17, right there we go. The question that we're dealing with involves not only issues in Florida, but out of state. And in some states, some traffic infractions are criminal, and in another state, they might not be. Do you hail from Michigan? Did you live in Michigan?
I did.
All right. And is any of your family members, yourself, a spouse, anyone you're associated with, may involved with the law enforcement in a traffic incident that resulted in a criminal charge?
No.
Neither yourself, spouse, family members, friend got a DUI in Michigan?
Yes.
Who was that?
Myself.
Okay. In most states, driving under the influence is a criminal charge. Were you aware of that? Okay, that's all right. That's why we're talking. All right. How long ago was that?
I've lived here for 8 years, so I don't recall. It's been quite some time.
Okay. The officers that you were involved with in that life experience, how do you feel you were treated? What's your feeling on it?
Fairly.
Is there anything about that life experience that now you harbor ill will against law enforcement in general?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Are you willing to listen to the testimony of the officers that come in this particular case, and after hearing their testimony, give it the due weight you feel it deserves?
Absolutely.
Number 19. Regarding arrests of either yourself, family members, friends, or associate, has anyone in your circle that you are aware of been arrested?
Yes.
And who is that?
Myself?
Okay.
You want to approach?
Me?
Yeah. Any others? Okay, okay.
Madam Court Reporter, let me know when you're ready.
There might be a question on some of the identity of some of these folks, so that's why we're having you called up. 43, would you come up? 43. Where is 43? Oh, okay. Ready?
know when you're ready, Madam Clerk.
I'm ready.
You're good? All right. Number 23. We're talking about the same subject and following up on the questionnaire regarding arrest of any yourself, family members, friends, associates, that part of the questionnaire. Did you, either yourself, family, or friends, do you have knowledge of someone being arrested? Okay, and I know you have the mask on, and I respect that. But if you're going to leave it on, you got to talk real loud for me.
Yes,
Perfect. All right, and who would that be?
my brother-in-law, I listed my sister, but it was my sister who was the victim. My brother-in-law was arrested for domestic violence against my sister.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to live in Tampa?
Myself?
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
Okay. On Highland?
Highland Boulevard.
In 2012 and 2013, did you have occasion to come in contact with law enforcement?
Yes, my license was suspended without knowledge.
Okay.
That was the charge.
Okay.
Driving with license and stuff.
Were you taken to jail or given a ticket?
I was taken in and they released me on my own recognizance.
Okay. But you did go to jail?
Yes.
Let's first talk about the domestic violence. Did you speak with the individuals involved in that particular case?
My sister, yes.
All right. Did you have an occasion to discuss with her how she felt she was treated by law enforcement?
No.
As far as your life experience in 2012, the 2013, that was a violation of probation, the FOP.
For the traffic.
For the traffic? Okay. Were you arrested and taken to jail on that charge too?
Yes.
So 2 times in jail? Okay. All right. As far as those 2 occasions, as far as how you were treated by law enforcement, is there anything about that life experience that you now harbor ill will against law enforcement in general?
No.
All right. Is there anything about that life experience that when the officers testify in this case, you will not be able to give them the weight to the testimony that they deserve?
No.
All right, thank you. Number 27. There you are, sir. Big guy in front of you. Gotta move over.
I see what's going on around.
All right, number 27, did you have an occasion to come in contact with law enforcement or any member of your family?
Yes.
All right, and when was that?
2000, in 2000, I was arrested, domestic violence.
Okay. What agency?
City of Tampa.
Then 2003? All right. Did you have contact with Tampa PD in 2003?
I recall.
Okay. Any family, friends, or associates that you were aware of were arrested in 2003 by Tampa PD? It wasn't you? All right. So we just have the one, and what year was that?
I think it was 2000.
Okay.
Maybe it was 2003. Maybe it wasn't.
All right. Well, it was domestic battery, right?
Right.
Okay. Were you taken off to jail?
Yes.
Let's talk about your experience with law enforcement on that particular issue. Do you feel you're treated fairly or unfairly?
I was treated fairly.
Is there anything about that life experience that you now harbor an ill will against law enforcement in general?
Yeah, I learned a little bit about the law of not restraining my wife when she's punching me. That's why I was pulled in for restraining.
All right.
You're not allowed to restrain someone, so I was pulled in for domestic violence.
All right. Because of that thought process, do you hold that against the officers?
No,
All right. That's what I'm trying to get at. That might be the law, but it's not the officer's
it
fault.
was a life experience.
All right. But that's what I'm trying to get at. That life experience, did it cause you to have any ill will against law enforcement in general?
No, not at all.
Number 35. Row number 2, 35. There you are. Did you have an occasion to come in contact with law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Yourself, family member, or what?
Myself.
All right. Was that in 2003?
I think it was 2003, yes.
Okay. And in what circumstances was it that you came in contact?
I think that one was a domestic battery. Domestic violence.
And were you arrested or were you the victim?
I was arrested, yes.
Go to jail?
Yes.
Okay. DUIs?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it depends on which one you're talking about.
Okay, let's start with 2005 and we'll go from there.
That was a DUI.
All right. At some point in time, you lived on, I'll spell it D-O. Yes.
Yeah, yes,
That's you? Okay. Zephyr Hills?
yes,
Okay. You were arrested and went to jail on the D?
yes.
Were you a witness in a criminal case?
Don't remember, I don't recall.
All right. And do you remember the year of the other any other DUIs? You said which one, so I'm not,
Yeah,
it's not,
I've had two.
okay,
I had one in 99,
okay.
I think it was 99, or two. Might have been 2003, and then I went to jail for that in 2005.
Okay.
Because I had to serve time.
Okay. All right, thank you. Number 36,
Yes, sir.
how are you?
So far, so good?
I know. We've been going over the follow-up on the questionnaire as far as the rest of yourself, family members, friends. You know, part on the questionnaire.
Yes, sir.
You remember that?
Yes, sir.
All right.
You want to come up for just a minute?
Number 46. Row number 3. There you are. Dealing with the same issue on the questionnaire as far as arrest, you checked yes. And there was something about a contracting compensation case.
I checked yes to arrest.
I believe so.
If I did, that was a mistake.
Okay, let me look at the sheet. That's what we
I
have.
did fill it out very quickly.
Well, I would hope you would look at that one.
Unanimous approval.
Did you fill this out online?
No, I didn't. I filled it out here.
All right, well, I have your sheet and it's checked yes. Contracting compensation, doesn't ring a bell?
That was a small claims court case with a subcontractor of our company that didn't perform the work, wanted to be paid, he could get it into small claims. We were also a snow plowing contractor, and we had 12 inches of snow, and we had to make a judgment call for public school snow plowing versus showing up at very early morning court date while plowing. So he won that case. That's what that was about.
So this should have been in the civil part. Is this
Again,
a?
I apologize.
That's okay. That's why we have to ask the questions. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Juror 55. There you are, sir. Follow them up on the same line of questioning as that part of the questionnaire as far as arrest. Did you check that yes? All right. And what did that involve? I can't hear you. Drugs? You, family member?
Me.
How long ago?
2 years, and I was on PTI for that time period.
Okay. Your contact with law enforcement in that case, is there anything about your contact with law enforcement that has left you feeling bad or ill will against law enforcement in general? Is there anything about that life experience that will prevent you from listening to the testimony of the officers who come in today, or not today, but during the week, and give them assign them the credibility of their testimony that you feel they deserve? You can do that? Number 60 in row 3. Same follow-up on that questionnaire. Did you check yes?
Yes,
Okay. And that involves your brother?
yes,
How long ago?
22 years ago.
22 years, okay. All right. Did you have an occasion to talk to your brother about that incident?
I did.
Did you have an occasion to talk to him about how he felt he was treated during that incident?
He agreed with what he did, and it was pretty fair.
All right. Nothing about that you harbor any ill will against law enforcement in general?
Absolutely not.
All right, thank you. Let's go to row number 4, number 65.
That's me.
It's almost like you knew it was coming.
I thought they did Nicky Shuffle.
Okay. Following up on the same questionnaire question, did you check yes?
Yes, I did.
Was that you, family member?
That was me.
Okay. You got into an altercation?
Actually, no, that was a false arrest, false
by the individuals, or do you feel?
Pasco County Sheriff's.
I see. How long ago?
25 years?
Okay. How was that resolved?
The state dropped the case, there was nothing there.
All right. Was there any litigation afterwards?
No. No charges,
I'm talking about any civil litigation.
nothing.
Is there anything about that case, because you used the term false imprisonment, when a law enforcement officer takes you into custody, put handcuffs on,
Right.
that's the way you described it, so I want to talk about that.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there anything about that incident and that you believe that you were falsely imprisoned by law enforcement, that today you harbor ill will against law enforcement in general?
No, not against the police department themselves, no, but for that officer, yes.
For that officer?
That officer, yes. But he did not do an investigation.
All right. And did you hear that officer's name on the witness list that was read?
No.
Okay. Is there anything about that incident that you could not sit here in this courtroom, hear the testimony from officers, and give them give their testimony the credibility you feel it deserves?
No, I mean, my best friend's a Pasco County Sheriff's Office deputy, so yeah, it's my sparring partner.
Keeping on the fourth row, number 27, I'm sorry, 67? And we've already had a discussion. Thank you. Number 75, row number 4. Same question regarding the questionnaire, friend. Did you check yes on the box arrest?
Yeah, my brother, my half brother.
All right. Was that in 1988? Okay. Did you talk to your brother about his arrest?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he express his opinion as to how he was treated by law enforcement?
Can I approach the bench?
Yes.
Juror number 2. Would you like to discuss something?
Yes, my son, about 21 years ago, got arrested for DUI. At 18, 19, all charges were dropped.
Anything about that life experience with your son that you harbor ill will against law enforcement today? You can give the officer's testimony whatever credibility that you feel they deserve. You won't just totally ignore it. All right, thank you, number 2. I'm gonna find my place. Okay. Number 97. Row number 5. There you are. In filling out the questionnaire and following up on the question as far as arrests, you, family members, that sort of thing.
My brother-in-law.
Okay. Now, don't say the name, but it's your brother-in-law.
My brother-in-law.
Okay. Did you discuss with your brother-in-law his contact with law enforcement?
Yeah, I had him contact.
Okay. You know when that was?
Maybe more than 12 years ago.
Okay. Okay, everybody can relax. That's all the questions I have on arrest. Okay. But number 18?
I don't want to not disclose, my brother got arrested for DUI about 5 years ago. I believe that's it on the sheet.
You didn't put it on the sheet?
I believe I did.
Okay. Well,
Is that 81?
no, 18.
Well, 81's back to back.
My son has been arrested, I'm not, but that did not read it correctly.
Okay. Hang on.
Yes, 18 did put that.
Okay, yeah, you did.
Okay.
So, all right. Now, from 18, we're going to go to 81. Okay. And so, your son?
Yes.
Did you have an occasion to discuss with your son his contact with law enforcement? Okay. Just the fact that your son was arrested by law enforcement, do you harbor any ill will against law enforcement in general?
No, that's my son, but not, no, law enforcement was great.
Okay. Those of you that we've discussed arrest with either yourself, family members, friends, this is what this line of questioning is addressed to, okay? And I'm going to do it row by row. Those that we've talked about arrest. A prosecutor office was probably involved in that situation. And as a prosecutor, I would like to know how you feel about the office, whether it be a district attorney, state attorney, prosecutor, DA, whatever you want to call them, all right? Whether or not, because of your life experience of having either yourself been arrested or a family member being arrested, whether or not you harbor any will generally against the prosecution side of the criminal justice system. First of all, let me make sure everyone understand the question.
Yes.
All right, so row number 1, any ill will generally against prosecutor offices because of your experience. Row number 1? No. Row number 2? No. Row number 3? No. Row number 4? See, no show of hands. Row number 5? And last 2, 6? No. The same question involves the judicial system, Your Honor, here, courtroom, staff, that's the other part. There's 3 parts of our system as far as in the criminal court. We have the justice system and of course the bar, and the bar is attorneys on both sides, defense and prosecutors. So as far as criminal justice system itself, those questions, any ill will generally against the criminal justice system itself. First row, second row, third row. No? Fourth? No? Fifth? No. Sixth? No. All right. Thank you. We're going to discuss the issue of firearms in great detail, but I want to kind of get this out of the way now since we're talking about yourself and family members. So I'm going to start this off generally, and we're going to go row by row. And it might go quickly. We might have to talk to some people. Any family members, either yourself, family members, friend, were a victim of a crime involving a firearm? Row number 1. No show of hands. Number 2, row number 2. Number 31. Okay. Number 31, what is your life experience with that?
It's not very close, sir. I did answer in the questionnaire that my wife's first husband was murdered.
Okay. You feel comfortable talking to me about that, or you want to come up to the bench? You're okay? All right, let me discuss it with you just a little bit. How long ago was that?
As I understand, it happened back in around 95.
All right, and who was murdered as they relate to you?
It would be my wife's first husband. I'm her second,
Okay. All right.
That made the day.
All right. I got nothing after that, but I'm gonna follow up just a little bit. Was there an investigation?
As I understand it, yes, it wasn't resolved.
Well, that was my next question. Did you keep up with the investigation as far as the status, what they were doing?
I didn't meet my wife until 2010.
Okay.
We were married in 14, so this happened way back.
All right. Because of that time distance from, meeting your wife, occurred before that, I'm going to assume that there's no ill will or anything against law enforcement for not solving the crime. Okay. Thank you. All right, anyone else on row number 2? As far as family, yourself, victim of a crime involving a firearm. Row number 3. See no show of hands. Row number 4. Number 65. What is your life experience, sir?
I was in the first grade and had a gun pulled on us.
You were in 3rd grade.
Yeah, 3rd grade. Elementary school.
Okay. Was this in Florida?
Yeah, Pasco County.
How was that resolved?
Pasco County did their investigation, and I think nothing else really happened on it.
How long ago was that? You were in 3rd grade. I'm trying to do the math.
Trying to do the math too.
Well,
So you're looking probably 35 years ago?
is there anything about that incident that maybe now that you think about it, knowing that this case involves a firearm, that maybe you would not be the right person for this case, maybe another case? Is that going through your mind?
No, I think that, one has someone pulled a gun, they didn't shoot us, so, you know, it's not like I was shot at.
Okay.
We just had a gun pulled on us.
Another student or an adult?
I was an adult.
Okay. Being in third grade, I guess you really didn't follow up on what was going on. Did your parents follow up or any residual effect on
I
that?
know Pasco County did their investigation on it, that's all I know.
Okay, sir. All right. Anyone else on the fourth row? Number 83, what is your life experience, ma'am?
My best friend was killed back in 2020.
In Florida, out of state?
It was in Tampa.
Did law enforcement conduct an investigation that resulted in an arrest?
Yes, they did.
Is that case still pending?
No, he's in jail.
Is there anything about that particular case, pretty close to home, that now that you know a little bit more of the facts of this case, that a firearm was involved, that maybe you're thinking to yourself, maybe this is not the right case for me, maybe another case?
No, not at all.
All right. Anyone else in row 4? Row 5? No show of hands on the last two, 6? No. Okay. Going to ask this as a group, listen up a little bit. I want to talk to you about your life experience as far as being a volunteer. All right. And let me give you some examples to kind of help this thing get started. Do you do any volunteer work for the police, Department of Correction, hospital, mental institutions, civic organizations, specific diseases that may have some sort of chapter that you volunteer for? That's what I'm kind of looking for. So on the first row, who does any type of volunteer work? Number 18. And what is your life experience with being a volunteer?
I volunteer, I'm a vice president of the board of the Legal Coaches State Fair. But don't ask me to spell it. But I do pronounce it correctly.
All right. And you sit on the board?
Yes, I'm a vice president.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anyone else in row 1? Row 2. Volunteer. Number 23. What's your life experience?
I'm on the board of directors for Girls on the Run, Tampa Bay.
Thank you.
I'm also on the board for the Youth Development Foundation of Pinellas County.
All right. And?
I'm on the board of trustees for Xavier University of Louisiana.
Thank you. Anyone else on row 2? Number 26?
Does church count?
Sure.
Trustees for church.
Okay. How long have you been doing that?
Only a couple months.
Is it a term every 3 years the board members rotate, or is it just volunteer?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I just got chosen for it.
So you don't know how long you're going to be there? Okay. All right. Anyone else on row 2? Number 27, what is your life experience?
Homeowners Association Board President, Vice President, Director, over a period of 15 years maybe.
You said different board, different communities. Wherever you choose to live, you're involved in the community?
Correct.
Okay, and that's being on the board?
Right.
Okay. Anyone else on row 2?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am?
On number
43?
Are you asking if we are volunteering at the present time? Or we have?
Well, actually, that's, I guess, is a good question. Let's just make it at any time.
I volunteered, I created a charity for Peace and North.
Okay. Thank you. All right, 43 is on row 3, so, no, row 2, 31?
You changed it to be anytime from the current.
Yeah, okay, did I open up a can of worms on that one? No.
Homeowners Association.
Okay.
Like the other gentleman.
All right, let me do this. Homeowners Association, I'm not gonna consider as volunteer work. All right, we do that for our community, and I get it, you're not paid. I'm looking more of associations of, like number 23, with those type of groups where the girls runner.
Girls on the Run.
Yeah, Girls on the Run, you know, it's an outreach type volunteer, whether you're at a hospital, you're a candy striper, volunteer at the door, you know, that kind of thing, okay? I'm sorry about that. So let's just keep on going with row number 2. Any volunteerism like that? Nope. Number 3, row number 3. Number 59, oh, sorry, 46.
I for a short time did grief counseling at a church.
Okay. Well, let's talk about that just for a few minutes. Just 43?
46.
46. Grief counseling kind of opens up a lot. It could just be a hospice, end-of-life celebration kind of counseling to a very, very tragic, violent incident or just a tragic accident. You know what I'm saying? So what is it that you do as far as grief counseling?
I'm not doing it presently. It was for those who had lost their loved ones, like at your age, you lost your cousin.
Celebration of end of life.
Those were counseling those people that had lost their loved ones.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Row 3, continuing. Number 59. I'm sorry, was it? Yeah, 59.
My church often partners with the local ministry in Tampa for this community outreach, food bank, community service projects.
Okay. Yeah. Number 63.
Columbia's at my church.
Okay. Row 4. I have, okay, 81.
The family volunteers at Feeding Tampa Bay.
What is it, Tampa Bay?
Feeding.
Oh, Feeding Tampa Bay? Okay. Okay. And the next one was 83.
Also Feeding Tampa Bay, Metropolitan Ministries, and then also for my own foundation, the Stevie Ledoux Firefighter Foundation.
I'm sorry, you got to say that a little bit slower.
Stevie Ledoux Firefighter Foundation.
Okay. With the Firefighter Foundation, what do you support?
PTSD, firefighters that have had PTSD, so we are helping with families that have firefighters that have gone through PTSD and trying to help them through those situations.
All right, thank you. Staying on row 4, number 86.
City of Zephyr Hills, Parks and Recreation Council.
Thank you. And going to row 5, you went on row 5, number 96.
Local fire department, volunteer fire department. About 38 years, volunteer firefighters in our city.
All right, thank you. And number 9, is that 101? Okay. And number 93 in row 5.
Grew up doing volunteer work for a local fire department, volunteer fire department, upstate New York.
Okay. And back to row 6. All right, thank you.
15's got a card up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I volunteer for Habitat for Humanity
Okay,
and also, we build homes for vets in Philadelphia, in the city of Philadelphia.
in Philadelphia.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Habitat, down here?
No, it's as well.
Oh, both in,
Jersey.
okay. All right, got it, thank you. Okay,
Do you need to know about our whole life?
no? No, I'm good. All right, this is another group question, so kind of listen up, please. We talked about we're all individuals and what we bring into the courtroom. We've talked about some emotional states, some physical abilities, but we've also gone out and been touched by our life experiences through training in college and schools. So what I'd like to do, I'm going to read you a list of areas that you may have received training, either formally or informally, through self-study, you took a class, you took online, or you actually went to school and took classes. You might even have a degree in some of these areas. So I'm going to read the list, and then I'm going to go row by row if you have the life experience of touching upon these academic topics, okay? All right, so here we go. Constitutional law, criminal justice system, law enforcement, criminal law, psychology. Number 23, psychology, thank you. Philosophy.
I was waiting for the last. We were waiting for the list.
I was waiting for the list too. Okay. Let me do the list and we'll raise up our paddles, okay? All right. So we have psychology, philosophy, religion, sociology, urban studies, defensive tactics, use of force, using either a weapon or a firearm. All right, so let's start with row number 1.
Mr. Martin?
Yes.
I think that's gonna be a pretty lengthy
I hope not.
topic based on the number of hands, and it has been a while since we've had a break. I'm not sure how long, I apologize, but I think it's been a while. Everybody ready for a break?
Yes.
All right. Let's take 10 minutes, just report back to the jury full room and be ready to line up. be possible for us to finish tonight. So rather than attempt to do that, we're just not. But that means, of course, we're gonna have to bring all of you back tomorrow. And I'm not gonna start you. I'm gonna let Mr. Martin go ahead and finish with this line of questioning. Hopefully, I don't know, maybe there's not a whole lot of trained people out there. We'll get through that, and then I'll be calling it a night, okay? I just want to let you know so you're not wondering and hoping. Go ahead, Mr. Martin, sorry about that.
Because of the break, let me just quickly go through the list, because there's a lot of paddles shooting up. So keep the paddles down, listen to the list, and then when we get through, I'll go row by row, paddles, I'll write down the numbers, and then we'll do all the rows, I'll get all the numbers, and I'll talk to you, and then we'll be done, okay? All right, so here we go. I want to know if you've had any type of training, whether it be formal, informal, online, self-study, you go to a seminar, you go to a class, to any of these topics. Constitutional law, criminal justice system, law enforcement, criminal law, psychology, philosophy, I should have had some water. Philosophy, religion, sociology, urban studies, defensive tactics, use of force using either a weapon or a firearm. Those are the topics. So let me begin with row number 1 and just show me a number if I need to speak with you about that. So on row number 1, I have 5, 9, 13, oh good grief. All right, I'm going to start over. Row 1, 2, 5, 9, 13, 15, 18, and 19. Row number 2. Hold them up high because, okay, I have 27, 33, and 42. Row number 3. 43, 46, 47, 59, 60, 63, and 70. Row number 4. 65. Yeah, I see it. 65, 68, 71, 75, 77, 83, and 86. Row number 5. Get them all. 87, 91, 92, 93, 96, and 101. And the last row? Okay. You want to do all those?
You do? I don't know how many questions you got.
Well, I don't know until I started. I didn't expect that many, but okay, let's go for it.
Let's start with the first row and see
Yep.
what that takes us.
Yeah, let's see. All right, row number 1, juror number 2, you can see from the list that it kind of relates to the topic that we're in here. All that subject matter could come into play in how you analyze certain facts. And that's why I'm asking the questions. We all bring our education, our specialized training that we get on the job or whatever into the courtroom, and all that training, along with your common sense, you should be able to use. So that's why I need to know what your background is and what you're going to bring to the table when you bring your deliberations. So number 2, which one of the topics are you familiar with?
What is it? A question. Is concealed weapons permit class? It is class, but is that one of?
I tell you what we're going to do. There's going to be a lengthy discussion about firearms and that topic along with some other topics. So I understand there was a class. Other than that, can everyone understand? Other than that, have you gone beyond that and done anything beyond what a normal CCW class would require? Just safe handling of the firearm and you pay your money? You took a class? You went beyond that? Okay, so let's table that for tomorrow, all right? Because I got a lot to ask you about that. Anything else, number 2, other than that class? All right. All right. Number 5?
Defensive tactics.
Okay. Let's talk about that a little bit. Military?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Other than basic training, did you have advanced training above the basic training?
No.
In the military, as far as basic training, can you give me a broad brush what it would include? And we're talking about hand-to-hand combat, grappling,
Hand-to-hand grappling,
edged weapons,
yes.
okay, blunt objects,
Yes, sir.
okay. Did it also include firearms, or was it defensive, or was that separate?
That's separate.
Okay. Did the training include just physically how to do it? Or was there some psychological training, if you will, about recognizing threats, how to guard against threats, how to de-escalate, that sort of thing? Or so it was just the physical grappling part?
No, it was all of it. It was a broad training. It covered the physical, defensive aspect of it, how to identify threats, how to just de-escalate situations.
You were in the Air Force?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever have an occasion to utilize those skills?
I've never had used them.
How long ago did you receive that training?
It was a yearly refresher training. Your initial wasn't basic training. It was a yearly requirement. Death by PowerPoint.
Okay. I'm glad I don't have that up here. All right, thank you, sir. Number 9?
Defensive tactics and tactical force.
All right. Where at?
Defensive tactics for 12 years of mixed martial arts. Different schools. Tactical force is where I work. We have what we call special ops team. It's a concealed weapons task force for our company.
Mm-hmm.
I'm part of that, so we train once a month on different situations, preservation of life, and
Breaching different,
breaching, how if it is ever active gunman
okay.
situations.
All right. What service does your company provide to the public?
We are what they call MRO, maintenance repair operations.
Just go slow.
It's called an MRO, it's maintenance repair operations. We service basically a apartment complex with different things, but we have a 135 foot square warehouse and about a 200,000 foot corporate office.
Okay, and what do you do there?
I'm a logistics manager.
Okay, from that corporation, how do you serve the public?
Supply repairs and renovation products to apartment complexes and hospitality.
Okay. You mentioned that you were part of a tactical force team. I thought you said that's where you worked.
No.
Did I misunderstood? I did not understand.
The company has a handful of gentlemen that are concealed weapons, but we do tactical force training.
Is that on your own self-study? Do you have a
We train with Navy SEALs and special ops people and local police.
Is this on an ad hoc basis as far as people being allowed to train with you?
No, it's private.
Okay. You have to be part of the inner circle?
Yes.
I couldn't come in and say, number 9?
People don't even know I have it at work.
Okay. Is the use of, or is the practicing of those skills for your own self-preservation and maybe family or friends, or something else?
Coworkers.
Okay. And how does it protect the coworkers?
So preservation of life, basically meaning if an act of government or a situation was to occur within the building, we are to extract as many people as we can while brandishing our weapon.
Okay. And this responsibility would be for your company only?
Yes.
Okay. It's not a service you offer outside?
No.
Thank you. Number 13 in row 1?
Mine was the same as number 2, it was because of the concealed carry.
Okay. All right. Number 15?
I too was in the military, so.
Okay. You had the same basic training
Yes, and I also had survival school.
and survivor school?
Yes, and tactical training as well.
And that was at least a yearly retraining?
And it was not PowerPoint.
Huh?
And it was not PowerPoint.
No, I bet it wasn't. Okay. Let me talk about the tactical training. What type of tactical? Are we talking grappling skills like I discussed with the juror number 5?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Defense and also if we were being attacked, how to counterattack or prevent the attack.
Your life experience basically because of the same branch, the same as number 5?
Pretty much.
All right. Let's talk about the survival training.
Yes, sir.
Is that land or sea?
It was either, because we were aircraft maintainers.
That's
so
what-
if the aircraft went down, we had to learn how to survive out on the field.
Okay.
So we got captured by terrorists.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Thank you. Number 18?
Yes, all the law ones,
Well, yes.
and then like whatever, pillow talk, being married to law enforcement.
All right, so constitutional, yeah, it's, now, do you have any formal courses in psychologies?
I self-studied when I got into drug court,
Mhm.
not me personally, but when I was working drug court, so I did have to study some of that.
Okay. All right, thank you. And number 19?
Competition shooting?
Okay, what kind of competition shooting?
Pistol?
Okay. Bullseye, action, what?
All action.
All action? How long have you been doing that?
I haven't done it since 2016, but I've done it from 95 up until 2016.
Okay. Thank you. Row number 2, 27.
We have Navy training, military training.
Okay. Would it be along the same lines as number 5 and?
Not as, but I was more, my training was more of at sea.
At sea? So you had survival training? All right. Did you have any of the training involving self-preservation, where we're talking about grappling skills, defensive tactics as far as edge or blunt objects? Yes?
Yes.
That's something you had to do annually? All right. You need to say yes or no, because she...
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. No, that's okay. All right.
In the long military, it was a requirement, you had to.
I know. I understand. Number 33? Yes, sir.
Psychology, sociology, and business law and some constitutional law.
Is there any particular area of psychology that you were interested in?
No, it's just general.
Just general? Would it be formal training in some type of higher educational institute?
Yes.
Did you ever mentor or summer intern or have to take a class where you actually went into either an office or a clinic or with some type of psychologist that did clinical work?
No.
How about research?
A little research, yes.
Okay, in what areas did you do the research in psychology?
Human resources, human behavior.
Did you have any association with genealogy or elderly population?
No.
The constitutional law, how did that come into play in your life?
It was in getting my MBA.
Okay. And the sociology?
It was in the degree related.
Okay. Have you had the occasion to use the information that you learned in your constitutional law class or your sociology class or your psychology class after school? Have you used it in your business or in your life?
Probably, but I can't necessarily say any specific instances.
Is it something that you keep up with?
No, not anymore.
Okay. Number 42.
Constitutional law, criminal law, psychology, and religion.
Okay. And how did you come to either self-study or formally or informally acquire information in those areas?
Constitutional law I took in college. The constitutional law I took in college.
Okay. As just part of the degree?
Yeah, part of the degree.
Okay.
Criminal law, I worked myself through college with defense criminal attorney.
Okay.
I was a paralegal for an attorney here in Pasco County.
A defense attorney, criminal defense attorney, or civil attorney?
She did both. It was Judge Tepper and her private practice.
Okay. And you mentioned religion.
Well, religion, I started a charity for peace in Northern Ireland, a Catholic Protestant charity, where I brought the mothers to Clearwater Beach for a week and Disney World for a week to lay a foundation for them to have a conversation when they went back to Northern Ireland.
Okay. Let's go to row number 3.
Mr. Martin, I think row number 3 and row number 4 are like almost all of them.
Yeah.
And we're gonna have to, we're gonna have to pick this up tomorrow anyways. I don't see the point in going, it'd probably take us at least 45 minutes, I think, to finish everybody. So let's just call it a day. Everybody okay with that? You gotta come back tomorrow. It's been a long week, and it's only it is Wednesday, right? Yeah. Woo. Okay, so here's my instructions. Remember my instructions that I've said over and over again. No independent research. Don't watch the news. Don't do any internet searches. Don't talk about the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. If your friends, family members, coworkers want to know what's going on, tell them you're in the jury selection process of a criminal trial, and that's about all I want you to say. They may guess what case you're on. I don't really care as long as you don't let them talk to you about the case, or you don't talk about anything that you've heard in here either. Okay, so Just keep it really basic, and other than that, no chatter or talking about the case at all. Keep your eyes off the TV and ears closed against any news, and report back to the jury pool room just a few minutes before 8:30, so we can get started right about at 8:30, okay? Yeah, hang on, I'll get to your questions. She's still in there? Okay, 33?
Should we put out schedules for Thursday and Friday?
That probably wouldn't be a bad idea. I don't think we're gonna be, listen, I don't think we're still gonna be doing this process Friday. I can never guarantee that this is we've had a lot of extra stuff to do in this case because of the publicity. That it's taken a lot longer. As you all know, you went through it, you know what we've been doing. I don't think we're gonna be doing this on Friday, and if we are, it probably won't be with you guys. So, that's my only reservation. If for some reason we are still doing this on Friday, it'll be with a different group, and we won't need you, any of you that we're still keeping Friday, but let's just say yes. Many of you will probably be needed Friday. Okay? I don't know which ones, so I can't say, but yeah. Many of you will probably be needed Friday. So you might just get surprised and be one of those that we don't need, but, yeah, that's the best thing I can say. All right? Any other questions? Okay. 8:30 tomorrow. Hey, that's like a break in and of itself, right? That's, thanks, everybody.